Douluo, Wuhan Black Turtle. Anti-armor critical attack at the beginning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301. A man asked in a deep voice, Guardian Zuan, why are you not at your post? Please give a reasonable explanation, Vice President. I think now is not the time for us to debate this issue. We should quickly decide on a plan to fight the evil. Commander Zuan said angrily. The person who had just questioned Governor Zuan was the Vice President of the entire Zhuo Star Alliance, and he had a very high status. Naturally, Guardian Envoy Zuan, who was also an immortal, would not swallow his anger. Both sides are in the realm of immortals. If they really fight, no one will gain anything. Okay, shut up. At this time, a terrifying and majestic voice sounded. Alliance leader. At this time, everyone was scared. Because the person in front of him is the leader of the entire Zhuo Star Alliance, and one of the 3 highest level people in the entire Ascension world. Perfection at the peak of immortality. It is rumored that he has touched the illusory half-step golden immortal realm in the legend. The moment he opens his mouth, his domineering attitude is revealed. You don't need to argue. Use the refugees on the blue planet to lure the evil army to the Zhuo Star territory and arrange for people to go to Sanguine to support them. Let the entire army of the Zhuo Star territory prepare for the battle between good and evil, and contact the demon clan to join forces. After the instructions were given, no one dared to make any suggestions, and this approach was in line with the wishes of most people. Then the leader looked at Zuan and said, Guardian Zuan, you will not come back without any reason. Please tell me the purpose of your return. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked over. Want an answer? Guardian Envoy Zuan said, it's like this. I was promoted to an Earth Immortal not long ago in the Azure Star territory. What's the fuss about being promoted to an Earth Immortal? Although there are only a few Earth Immortals in that place. The Vice President frowned and said displeased. The rest of the people also think so. If they step into the heavenly realm, they can be surprised. Guard Zuan ignored this person and continued, but the earthly immortal tribulation this person passed through was the god of destruction. What? God of destruction? As soon as these words came out, everyone was immediately frightened and stood up, causing a wave of shock. Looking at Guardian Ambassador Zuan, I want to make sure you are not joking. The only leader who was sitting there looked extremely surprised and was stunned for a moment. How is it possible that the Earth Immortal is crossing the Destruction God Thunder? The Destruction God Thunder is the most terrifying thunder disaster in the world. Even the Celestial Immortals have not encountered it. So this person, is he already dead? If I die, I won't come back to report. This person survived, and he easily caught the god of destruction, and he seemed to have mastered a bit of the power of the god of destruction. Guardian Envoy Zuan was in disbelief when he said the first part, but he was a little unsure when he said the second part. How can any living thing survive under the god of destruction's thunder? This is heaven's way of erasing existence that shouldn't exist. Can you survive this? Everyone was shocked and unbelievable. Ah, you really right. Do you have any evidence? The alliance leader said. Even his face, which had not changed for thousands of years, was moved at this moment. Have Guardian Envoy Zuan immediately took out the photo stone and played back all the previously recorded content. Everyone looked attentively. The content played on the screen was exactly the scene of Huang Wei destroying the Divine Thunder Immortal Tribulation. Looking at the condensed divine thunder of destruction, one can feel the fear and heart palpitations even through the screen. If it were them, no one would dare to say that they could survive the god of destruction. Even if they could survive, they would be frighteningly close to death. But the man in the picture in front of him not only survived, but also relaxed, and seemed to have swallowed the god of destruction. This incredibly incredible scene happened. Is this divine thunder of destruction fake? The vice president suddenly said. Everyone looked at him like a fool. His face suddenly darkened and he said, isn't it? That is the god of destruction. It is the most powerful immortal tribulation that can only be found in legends. Just let the opponent get through it. In the super ancient records, Someone once summoned the divine thunder of destruction. With one blow, no bones were left, and the soul was destroyed. This guy is like this. Am I the only one who suspects that this god of destruction is fake? Or maybe this kid has some big secret, or maybe he is the illegitimate son of heaven. The first two are somewhat possible, but you said the last one is impossible. If it is the illegitimate son of Xiandao, it is impossible to arrange a god of destruction for him. Instead, he should be given a very weak ordinary Yokai Earth Immortal Thunder. The Alliance leader spoke slowly at this time point. Generally speaking, when people advance from half-step Earth Immortal to Earth Immortal, the tribulations they pass through are 9-color Earth Immortal Thunder. 9 colors are the best. It depends on the person's potential and luck. If you are lucky enough to draw 1 color of Earthly Immortal Thunder, then it will be over 100%. The one who is unlucky is the 9-color Earth Immortal Thunder. Each stroke requires 9 splits of 9 colors, for a total of 99 and 81 splits. The power of Yokai Earthly Immortal Thunder is the weakest, because there is only 1 color and it only needs to be struck once. This is luck that has been cultivated over hundreds of lifetimes. It has never appeared so far. Most people are the 3-color Earth Immortal Thunder of 7, 8, and 9. Everyone they are doing has overcome these thunders, so the destruction of the divine thunder is really unbelievable. Governor Zuan gritted his teeth and said, no matter what, this person survived and is currently on the blue planet. I also plan to come back to report this matter and invite him to join our alliance. In this way, we can deal with the evil spirits. We have a big main force again, but I didn't expect that the damn evil demon would invade. When I came back, the timing was so good, I even doubted if there was a traitor of the evil demon within us. It can be seen that he hates the demon clan. The evil aura cannot be concealed unless someone betrays the human race. The Alliance leader glanced at everyone coldly, making them tremble all over. Chapter 346 600 Years of Retreat. Peak of Immortality. As the monks retreated from the Zui Star territory, the Azure Planet continent was unable to resist. In the end, it was quickly occupied by the evil army, and all the races were killed. At this moment in the secret space, with the passage of time, Huang Wei has completed refining the burning sea fire. This directly increased his experience value by 500 million. Currently, there are still 9 billion left to upgrade. With the addition of this fierce fire, it will be very fast for Huang Wei, who has cheats, to practice. Let's not worry about the invasion of external evil spirits. Let's practice in seclusion first. Your target is the earthly immortal, and my target is the heavenly immortal. Huang Wei issued orders to the members of the Wooming sect. Definitely practice in seclusion before rushing out to fight. The system said that it is impossible for the most powerful person in this world to reach the level of half-step golden immortal. The peak of the immortal is the highest. As for the perfection of the peak of the immortal, it can actually be said to be the peak of the immortal, because it is just a spiritual height. Yes. No one objected, and they all agreed. The figures disappeared one after another. Huang Wei also entered the Jialing space for rapid training mode. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The blue planet has been completely occupied by the evil army. The Zui Star territory is also constantly fighting against the evil demon army. At the same time, they also contacted the other two most powerful star regions, the Sirius Star region and the Burning Sky Star region. But it is a pity that the other party has also encountered an invasion of evil spirits, and they are also fighting against it one after another. There is nothing they can do. Each starfield can only seek its own blessings in order to end the war as soon as possible. All the immortal realms were mobilized. The number of immortals in the evil army was also large, and the Zui Star territory was far behind. In the Jialing space, after 10 years of hard training, countless thousands of years have passed. With the help of various practice plugins, experience continues to increase. Finally, he reached the peak of the Earth Immortal, only one step away from the Heavenly Immortal. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Ascension world did not stop fighting against the evil spirits, with both sides attacking and retreating. Many galaxies have been destroyed. The blue planet was also destroyed in the battle between the immortals in The end. The heavenly messengers and the earthly immortals jointly set up a large formation and used sacrifices to wipe out the evil army this time point at the same time. The remaining 3 major planets, Ziwi star, Sirius star, and Fentian star, sealed themselves into a traceless space, buying humanity 5,000 years to develop. The evil spirit is gone this time, but according to previous signs, it will come back again. This war between good and evil in the Ascension world has left only these 3 habitable planets in the entire world. The rest of the planets have either exploded into rock and soil, or become waste stars. There are no more galaxies now, just single planets. The order of the Ascension world is completely gone. The entire universe once again entered darkness. The erosion of evil spirits has polluted the planet, making it impossible for life other than evil spirits to be born. Huang Wei was in the Jialing space and had no idea that the blue planet had been destroyed. 100 years have passed and he has already broken through to the heavenly realm in space. But he secretly felt that the external situation was not something he, a rookie who had just stepped into the heavenly realm, could deal with. So he just keeps cultivating here until he reaches the peak of the celestial immortal and then goes out. By then he will be invincible. He will not be able to break the defense, even if he stands and beats them, but will even beat himself to death. Time flies, and before you know it, another 500 years have passed in the outside world. 600 years have passed since the war between good and evil. In the Jialing space, Huang Wei was intoxicated with himself. At this moment, he had reached the peak of immortality. Phew, after so much retreat, I finally reached this state. I'm invincible, Huang Wei exhaled. To be honest, this was the longest time he had ever been in seclusion. If it weren't for the help of various plugins, he wouldn't be able to reach the peak of immortality now. Now his soul power and cultivation have reached this critical point. You can easily refine immortal level elixirs at your fingertips. He refined the heavenly immortal level UN building pill and gave it to his subordinates to absorb. After they enter the realm of immortals together. Let them go out. Now he goes out to play. In the universe, it is deathly silent and cold. A crack appeared and Huang Wei stepped out of it. He took a deep breath and frowned, feeling something was different. He quickly looked around with a look of astonishment on his face. Holy shit, what happened? Where is the planet? How did I appear in the universe? He quickly used his soul to sweep. In this way, the range he could sweep was extremely wide. In one thought, he could directly cover the entire star system. Chapter 302. But he was extremely shocked. There was not a single shining planet in this starfield. They were all floating meteorites and a ruin. System, what happened here? While I was in seclusion, I feel that there is a residual evil aura around me, as well as the smell of gunpowder smoke of various wars. The war between good and evil. 600 years have passed since the host retreated. The pattern of the Ascension world has changed drastically. Only 3 living planets are left. These 3 planets are the leaders of the 3 most powerful starfields. Purple Wei Crossing, Sirius, Burning Star, and now all the galaxies under their control are destroyed, and they are sealed in the traceless space. The systematic words made Huang Wei understand everything that happened during his retreat. So, that's it. It's really a terrible battle. Demons are really evil. Huang Wei opened his eyes, and then a heavenly power appeared on him. A surge of supreme divine power, magical skill, time travel. A huge Huang Wei Dharma covered the entire void, and then the scenes in front of him quickly retreated. Huang Wei wanted to see a battle between good and evil with his own eyes. Then the scene of the battle between good and evil 600 years ago appeared. It was very fast, but he remembered everything clearly. Finally, we arrived at the scene of those heavenly and earthly immortals forming formations to sacrifice themselves and destroy evil spirits. The whole scene was extremely shocking. Soon the scene faded and he reacted. System, now that I have completed my cultivation and cannot be promoted to the golden immortal level, can I leave this world? Huang Wei didn't want to care about life and death in this world. He had seen through everything. This world is of no use to him anyway. The host can leave at any time, but the system reminds you that if the host defeats the demon clan in this world, the system will give out a salvation gift package, and then the golden immortal will no longer be a dream. Does the host think clearly about leaving now? The Sound of the system made Huang Wei pause. Salvation. Gift package. The evil spirits are completely unkillable. They come again and again. How do you want me to eliminate them completely? Huang Wei looked depressed. The system said, to untie the bell, you must tie the bell. The host only needs to enter the realm of evil spirits and disintegrate from the inside, destroying their source of darkness. I am at the peak of my immortal life. I have acquired treasures. I'm invincible by nature, yet I'm still afraid of these birds. Okay, system, give me the coordinates of the demon realm, and I will go there and meet them in person. After Huang Wei weighed it up, he found that he would not suffer a loss. This was still a must-win situation, and he immediately felt relieved. Chapter 347. 347 Demon Realm, Demon Heart, Chaos Demon Clone. Did you see what's going on below? The system asked. Under Huang Wei lowered his head. Below was the endless abyss, the endlessness of the universe. The system said, yes, below is the endless abyss of darkness, and it is also the fastest entrance to the demon realm. You only need to hit it at a speed exceeding the speed of light, beyond the speed of light. With my power at the peak of immortality, it shouldn't be a big problem, but my martial spirit is Douluo. I'm not good at speed. I don't know if it will work. Huang Wei frowned and said. The system said, you can do it. Huang Wei asked, does it mean that, after destroying the evil spirit, I can get the big gift package of saving the world? The system answered, yes. Then I won't be polite. Huang Wei was operating with all his strength, and the power of the gods erupted into a terrifying power that was turbulent for eternity and tore apart the void of the universe. At this moment, everything became fragments. He was filled with green energy. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly started shooting downwards. Call out. His voice flew away very quickly. Everything he passed became fragments, with the reflection of the universe and his shadow on them. Soon, everything around him changed. Thunder swept out, something like a dark eye appeared below, and Huang Wei's flowing figure entered directly inside demon realm. A terrifying force forcibly broke open the void of this world. A green figure appeared. Is this the realm of evil spirits? Huang Wei looked at the world scene in front of him, and suddenly felt a little dazed. Pretty much what he imagined. But there is no real darkness. At least there is light. The color of the sky is dark red. The ground is all gobi rocky area. Countless familiar life forms appear here. These are the demons he sees in his pictures. All of them have the cultivation level of transcending the tribulation period. A human has entered the demon realm. He is here to die. Your excellency will come and kill him soon. You won't see him until he comes. Huang Wei shouted loudly, and terrifying fairy fire erupted from his body. The divine martial flame dew, the immortal fire burns the heaven realm. This is one of his super magical skills, forming a field of thousands of miles of fairy fire. Endless flames fall, and each one has the strongest blow of the fairy fire spirit. No. Run away. Boom. The fairy fire fell quickly like a meteor shower. The evil spirits below perished quickly. Huang Wei shot forward. Now that it is here, then directly destroy the source of evil spirits at this moment. Demon giants appeared one after another. There are earthly immortals and heavenly immortals, but the number is obviously not comparable to before. Because those who died in the war have not been completely resurrected. Resurrecting the immortals consumes a huge amount of energy, and the demonic hearts behind them are also beginning to appear damaged, which is not good news. Now there is another human race coming in, and it is still a fairy. They see hope. As long as they take it, they can sacrifice it to the heart of the devil, restore the heart of the devil, and then they can also resurrect a few heavenly immortals or earthly immortals. No matter how this human got in, leave him alone. Our mother needs him. The evil giant let out an evil laugh, saw the protection, and headed towards Huang Wei to kill him. Everyone tried their best. They knew that the human being in front of them was not simple. Zuanwu. Heart. Huang Wei sacrificed the treasure of his destiny the day after tomorrow. In an instant, their own defense increased by several levels. Those attacks landed on the barrier, and it was no big deal. Instead, they suffered critical blows, all of them vomited blood, and some of the weak ones died. The evil demon army also launched an attack, but the result was the same. What happened? Why is this happening? Damn. Human being, what despicable things have you done to us? The evil giant headed by him felt the sudden severe pain in his body and spurted out a large mouthful of black blood. He was supported by the power of the gods, and his expression was gloomy. Huang Wei didn't talk nonsense with them. He sacrificed the sword of the gods, turned into a stream of light, and slaughtered all the children one by one with one sword. He is excited that all these guys can become nourishment. Good for him. It's really a good place for leveling. But unfortunately, it is now affected by the world level, and cannot be promoted to a high level. Trampling on the demon's blood, he headed towards the deepest palace. A force rose up, and an extremely powerful force erupted from the front. At this moment, all the forces in the entire demon realm are converging on each other. The palace disappeared, and they all entered together. What was revealed was a thing like a heart, which exuded the most evil aura among all the demons Huang Wei had ever seen. What is this system? Huang Wei asked. The system answered, the heart of evil, the source of evil, only needs to be crushed, and everything will be over. Then I'll crush him. Huang Wei raised the sword of the gods and stabbed directly towards the heart of the demon. Bang. But it was obviously not as easy as he imagined. A barrier formed by demonic energy appears. A huge figure appeared. It's a troll wearing red armor. What is this? Huang Wei asked. The thing in front of him has the same ultimate state of being at the peak of immortality as he does, the system said. The master of the evil heart is an evil demon from the ancient times, who masters the laws of evil. Unfortunately, he is also limited by this world, and cannot step into the golden immortal. But this is not its true body, just a clone. The true body is in the primitive chaos. It's a genuine clone of one of the 3000 chaos gods and demons. After hearing what the system said, Huang Wei was suddenly surprised. He didn't expect to be exposed to the things of the ancient chaos. Although it is only a very small clone of the chaos god and demon, it is still terrifying enough. The chaos gods and demons are on the same level as the Hideo Haudeo ancestor, and are even more powerful. Human, if you destroy my king's plan, you deserve to die. I will meet you, and refine you into my most powerful demon puppet, and you will be used by me forever. The dark and hoarse voice of the chaos demon clone sounded. You talk a lot of nonsense. Let me meet you for a while, this big boss. Huang Wei rushed forward with his sword in hand. Since they are all at the peak of the immortal realm, there is nothing to be afraid of. The chaos demon also summoned the demon sword and rushed forward. Boom! Exclamation mark. Chapter 303. In an instant, the entire universe was shattered everywhere and turned upside down. The demon realm is gone, and now the two figures are constantly attacking back and forth in the entire universe of the Ascension world. The surrounding waste planet was directly shattered into powder by the aftermath. The 3 planets in the traceless space were also affected, and the space was forcibly torn apart by this ultimate heavenly power. The people inside couldn't sit still, and arranged for people to come out to see what happened. The Earth Immortal who just came out was shattered to pieces by the aftermath, and his soul was destroyed. In order to prevent the destruction of the last 3 planets, Huang Wei led the Chaos Demon into an even deeper abyss of the universe. The two sides were fighting fiercely, and it seemed that neither could do anything to the other. Every time the Chaos Demon hit Huang Wei, it was blocked by the barrier, so it was no big deal. The other party suffered heavy injuries, but recovered quickly. Ha ha ha. Human, you are weird, but you can't kill me, because my evil law can absorb all the darkness to repair itself in an instant. The entire universe is dark. What can you do to fight me? The Chaos Demon, who was hit hard by a counter-injury critical hit once again absorbed the surrounding darkness and repaired itself, laughing crazily. But it also wonders why the opponent's defense is so terrible and cannot be broken, no matter how hard it is hit. So he also became afraid. The human being in front of I deserve to be the ultimate immortal like it. Really? But you don't feel well, do you? Huang Wei relied on his own advantages to continuously crush this chaotic demon. Maybe it's because he's too strong, but this clone doesn't feel too powerful. Chapter 348. Seal the demon under the endless abyss of the universe. In a different space, two figures kept restraining each other back and forth. Huang Wei broke through the opponent's immortal level restraints, shot in front of him, and penetrated behind him with his sword. The powerful tearing turned into tens of thousands of rays of light and continuously tore apart the Chaos Demon's body. Bang bang. After a while, a familiar scene appeared again. The evil law was everywhere, and the surrounding darkness continued to repair. Huang Wei was a little desperate after fighting, and asked the system for help. What should I do? This guy really can't be killed. He has been killing him for so many years. 2 full years have passed since the previous battle point. He has torn apart the opponent's demonic body many times, but still cannot kill him. The beating made him tired, but it was also the most comfortable he had ever played. He hadn't had such a comfortable battle in a long time, because he had been invincible for so long, and felt too lonely. The system said, seal him with mysterious runes and slowly refine them to help you obtain the laws of evil. When the time comes, you will also gain such terrifying abilities. Huang Wei's face lit up, and he thought to himself, what a great idea, it always feels good. I forgot that I still have the sealing technique. I thought about it before, but I'm not sure if this counts as killing him. Will you give me a life-saving gift package? There is no need to overwhelm oneself with many skills. Everything in the world is not classified as good or bad. It all depends on the person who uses it. Huang Wei planned to obtain such an abnormal ability as much as possible. As long as he seals it into the rune space, it is only a matter of time before he understands the laws of evil. What he lacks most is time. I, the Human King, admit that you are very powerful. There is nothing you can do if you fight me like this. You can't kill me, and I'm suppressed by you. How about we have a truce? I have never felt so happy before. You are my confidant. How about we join forces and escape from this damn world together and go to a higher plane? Working together, we can dominate the world. The Chaos Demon didn't know whether it was because his brain was beaten stupidly or because the repair cultivator was stupid. He said these words. Huang Wei also felt the same way. Huang Wei smiled and said, although I really want to be with you, I'm sorry, I have a mission, so I have to get rid of you. You can't kill me, so what nonsense are you talking about? The Chaos Demon laughed disdainfully. Good and evil in this world are just your definitions. There is no right or wrong in this world. Only the strong are respected. I'm powerful. Invade, expand territory, and fight. What's wrong with that? The Chaos Demon asked coldly. You are right. You are not wrong, and I'm not wrong either. It's true that I can't kill you, but I will seal you. Huang Wei looked at the Chaos Demon clone and said. The Chaos Demon showed a trace of vigilance, then laughed wildly, looking forward to it. Ha ha ha. Okay, I would like to see how you seal me. Then let me show you. Huang Wei's 2 fingers merged in front of him, and a huge Zuanwu true form appeared, standing tall on the sky and the ground, spinning with the power of mysterious runes, exuding supreme charm. Roar. Zuanwu's roar resounded throughout the universe. Huang Wei's voice sounded, this move has not been used for a long time, because I can suppress the enemy with my hands, so it is completely unnecessary. Now that you can force me to use it, you are good enough, evil devil. Stop talking nonsense and come here. I, the king, will take over. The Chaos Demon clone looked even more wary, but he was not weak or afraid at all and shouted angrily, divine skill. Zuan Kang destruction. As Huang Wei shouted, the supreme charm quickly flowed out of Zuan Wuzen's body, and countless mysterious runes quickly floated. Immediately, it shot towards the Chaos Demon clone, covering the entire endless abyss. Something's wrong. The face of the Chaos Demon clone changed drastically. He looked around with an unknown sense of crisis. Human, tell me your name. The clone of the Chaos Demon burst out the evil rules. The chain of rules could not come out from the space wrapped in the mysterious runes, but it could come out from the outside space. He kept hitting the mysterious runes, but they were absorbed. At this moment he really changed. Human race. Huang Wei, you can rest in peace, demon. As Huang Wei's voice fell, a vortex formed in the surrounding space. Okay. Human Huang Wei, I will remember you. I, the Chaos Demon King, remember this for me too. I will break this damn thing right now. The Chaos Demon laughed wildly, and the power surged through his body. He could not sit still and wait for death. Try to keep breaking through. But soon, he felt something was wrong even more. His power was suppressed by the mysterious runes, and finally his body continued to shrink and was drawn into the sealed space. How so? No. Such a powerful sealing power. What the hell kind of rune is this? Let me go. Don't. Huang Wei has something to say carefully. Bang. A burst of power erupted, and the chaos demon clone dissipated. The power of the seal quickly condensed, and the mysterious runes quickly condensed into a rune, and fell in front of Huang Wei. Huang Wei took it, and put it on Zuan Wu's back. Finally. Done. Huang Wei exhaled. System. Congratulations to the host for sealing the chaos demon clone, and completing the salvation mission. The salvation gift package has been distributed. Open the salvation gift package immediately. Huang Wei said excitedly. The salvation gift package has been opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to revive order, a fragment of the Avenue Roulette, and his cultivation has been improved to 90%. Zuan Wu has evolved into a divine weapon. Everything in his body has been greatly improved. In an instant, as the system gift package sounded, the Zuan Wu that had been put away on Huang Wen's body appeared again, and the charm of the avenue appeared. The entire Ascension world was shaken by this. Under the radiance of the Great Avenue, Zuan Wu gradually transformed into the legendary divine weapon. Ho. Ho ho ho. The chant of Shen Wu resounded throughout the entire universe. This time, if you practice hard, it will help me practice again. The system will use all the gift pack rewards that can be used. Practicing. Cross-legged in the endless abyss universe, Huang Wei began to activate the Burning Dew, Shen Wu Yan Dew, and Shen Wu Thunder Dew to practice together. When the time comes, he will get twice the result with half the effort. The system also followed Huang Wei's wishes and directly used the opportunity to restore order. The light of the avenue enveloped the entire ascending world. Those destroyed planets began to recover, began to revive life, and bloomed with bright light. Groups of galaxies begin to appear. Everything was restored as quickly as possible. This scene made the monks from Ziwei Star, Sirius Star, and Burning Sky Star stunned. They were so shocked. What happened? There were constant aftermaths of the battle before. Ever since the Earth Immortal who went out exploded and died, no one dared to leave, and they all worked hard to practice. But what happened now? Can anyone explain it to them? Everyone in their own planet looked up at this scene, filled with excitement in their hearts. This divine light has the charm of a great avenue. The monks quickly sat cross-legged, absorbing and practicing. This is a great blessing. The evil spirit must have been destroyed. In the depths of the endless universe, Huang Wen's body bloomed with immeasurable golden light. The golden lotus kept blooming, and countless lotus flowers nourished him, and his whole body was greatly improved. This is also rewarded by the system. A great evolution of everything in the body. Chapter 349 Heavenly Sacrifice. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. The golden lotus merged into Huang Wen's immortal body, and the vision disappeared. The terrifying charm of the avenue spreads out from him. Now I'm a golden immortal. Unfortunately, the rules of this world are too weak. The laws of the Great Avenue suppress my cultivation. It seems that I must refine this world into my body as soon as possible. Huang Wei held the hand that emitted golden green light and murmured to himself. His true cultivation at this moment is the early stage of golden immortal. However, due to the level of the world, the great Dao suppressed his cultivation, but now he is already the strongest person in the entire Ascension world. Even the consciousness of Heavenly Dao cannot hope to defeat him, because he can use the power of the Golden Immortal to suppress his cultivation. The main reason is because the Golden Immortal is too strong, and this world will be broken. System, open the character panel. Huang Wei said. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304. Host, Huang Wei. Divine Soul, Divine Martial Arts Talent, Turtle Longevity, Endless Life, Fusion of Rings, World Body Lifespan, Identity, Lord of Douluo Universe, Lord of Fighting Keyplane, Lord of God Realm Dao Key, comes with the ability to strengthen the foundation and cultivate the essence, the early stage of the Golden Immortal. Currently the level of Dao suppression is at the level of the super extreme. Heavenly Immortal. Experience points required for mid-level promotion. 0/1 trillion. Has reached the highest limit in the world and cannot be broken through. Divine Bones. Billions of years divine martial armor. Skills. Teleportation. Invincible golden body. Ice and fire dragon king strike. Absolute zero. Absolute flame extinction. Water shadow light body. Evil killer whale cleave. Death spirit tide. Angry demon whale kill. Divine power conversion. Blood bat shield. Blood red 9-headed storm. The center of the divine world is here, and the year will be automatically upgraded. Soul power. Golden immortal physical strength. Golden immortal self god. Divine warrior deity acquired treasure. Heart of divine martial arts. Sword of the gods. Shield of the gods. Innate treasure. Avenue roulette. One of the 4 fragments, but does not affect normal use. Soul skills. Defense, with 1 level of counter injury critical strike. 5 levels of armor enhancement. Armor saving. Martial spirit space. Martial air destruction. Infinite divine weapon cannon. Divine martial gravity field. Divine martial true body. Supporting the wrath of the sky. Divine martial 9 change. Shenwu destroys the world. Reverse damage rate. 200% critical hit rate. 200% cultivation speed. 100% inner elixir drive. Deep sea demonic whale king inner elixir. Blood red 9-headed bat king inner elixir. 10-headed fiery sun snake inner elixir. Poseidon's heart. Integrated into the heart. System warehouse. 10 fierce fire location soul. Gangshan. Ultimate body. Celestial being. Embryonic stage. Juvenile stage. Infancy. Juvenile stage. Growth stage. Adult stage. Mature stage. Complete mature stage. Ultimate body. Super ultimate body. Ultimate body. Kung Fu. Burning technique emperor level. Divine martial flame technique. Divine martial thunder technique flame. Spirit of fairy fire the world inside the body. Douluo universe. Fighting Kipling. God realm. It's time to get out. Huang Wei was very satisfied. After reading the information point source soon it appeared at the normal height of the universe point the scene in front of him surprised him greatly point the stars in the universe were originally in ruins due to the war between good and evil point now it is full of vitality point many planets shine point and one thought. The soul swept across the entire universe point saw a very beautiful scene. It seems that one of the gifts given in the system gift package happened to be used here. That's good. After I refine the universe this time, I can become more tyrannical. Huang Wei clenched his fists. After he came out of the endless abyss, his consciousness ascended to the big world and found Huang Wei's location. A light appeared in front of him. Come. In then a misty sound sounded point Huang Wei went directly into the light point soon a world filled with chaos and mist appeared. Welcome. This is the consciousness space of heaven. A consciousness appeared in front of Huang Wei. Ah. You the consciousness of heaven? Huang Wei was not too surprised point the voice of Xiandao echoed. Yes, it's me. Thank you for destroying the evil demon and saving the ascension world. Why don't you take action? Huang Wei asked indifferently point the consciousness of heaven said. I have been restrained by the evil demon. It is the devil of chaos, so I can't use all my strength. What's more, it has evil laws and I can't destroy it. I won't be free until you seal it. Huang Wei, I saved you, restored the ruined world with great creation, and eliminated evil spirits. How do you want to repay me? What do you want? Xiandao consciousness asked. I'm afraid you can't give me what I want. Huang Wei said point Xiandao's consciousness is very calm. You are too powerful. According to the rules of the world, I need to expel you. Now you have reached the legendary realm. Huang Wei said quietly, yes, I'm already a golden immortal, but I'm suppressed by the rules of the Dao. But if I want to exert the power of the golden immortal, I can do it at any time. This world is too weak, and will be broken by then. I think if you want the entire ascended world, will you hand it over to me, or will you obediently be refined into energy by me, then? Let me see the power of Jinxin. The consciousness of Xiandao showed hostility in an instant. The space of Xiandao's meaning was vibrating with surging energy. The power of chaos around him gathered and blasted towards Huang Wei. Want to fight? Huang Wei smiled and raised his hand, and a compass emitting golden light appeared. As soon as the compass came out, the rhyme of the Supreme Avenue filled the air, and the chaotic attack of the heavenly consciousness space was instantly suppressed. The terrifying pressure tore apart the heavenly space. What kind of compass is this? It suppressed me directly. How scary. The consciousness of heaven is frightened. This is the great Dao roulette. Now I'll give you another chance. Cooperate with me, or should you choose to refine it directly? Huang Wei's indifferent voice resounded. Immediately afterwards, he took action directly, driving the avenue roulette, erupting with terrifying power, to absorb the power of chaos here. Stop. The consciousness of heaven shouted hurriedly. The space around him was tearing and shattering. What a terrifying power. The consciousness of heaven spoke. I can give the world to you, but you must promise me to keep my consciousness and lead this world to improve the world level. Okay, I promise you, Huang Wei said without any nonsense. Immediately afterwards, he drove the avenue roulette, and the consciousness of heaven sacrificed itself. In this way, the original consciousness could be directly preserved and would not be completely destroyed. Huang Wei started refining. All the means on his body were used together to speed up the refining process. Time passed little by little. In the chaotic space, there are no years to speak of on this day. Huang Wei was completely refined in the chaotic space. Now he is the heaven and the ruler of this world. All living beings obey orders. The fire from heaven and earth returns to its original position. The aliens from heaven and earth have returned to their proper places. Huang Wei's voice is ethereal, and the sound of the Tao spreads throughout the world. Soon, under the power of heaven, various flames quickly flew towards the heaven space. All fire and thunder are nothing but bodies of energy. He directly suppressed it, inhaled it into his body, circulated it, and refined the burning dew, Shen Wu Yan Dew, and Shen Wu Thunder Dew respectively. Help him improve again. He practiced again, taking this opportunity to completely refine the chaos demon and obtain its evil laws. Time has passed, and the entire world has been completely integrated into Huang Wei's body. Make his world body more powerful and terrifying. Chapter 350 Perfect World. The years are wasted, and the sound of immortality is filled. The whole piece of cold silence, a void of space. There is only one young man with long hair and green and gold clothes sitting cross-legged here, exuding brilliant immortal energy. Under him is a blooming golden lotus, like a supreme golden immortal coming to the world. Illuminating all living beings, giving a glimmer of light to the eternally silent dark space. After many years of refining the chaos demon clone, Huang Wei's cultivation has now reached the middle stage of golden immortal. Ding. Now the host has reached the middle stage of golden immortal and meets the system upgrade conditions. The system is being upgraded. System upgrade. The long dusted memory was reflected at this moment. As his eyes slowly opened and closed, a ray of golden light flashed through, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Soon, the system gave his answer. The system has been upgraded successfully, and a new function whereas you want appears. Travel at will. The host can use this function to travel across all realms at any time and anywhere, including animations, novels, movies, etc. in the host's world in the past life. This function is good. After listening to the system's explanation, Huang Wei smiled. Huang Wei said, now that I'm in the middle stage of golden immortal, I have reached the maximum limit of the world I can carry. If I want to go further, I need to go to a higher world. As far as I know in my previous life, there are not many people who can meet the conditions. It's all about cultivation along the way, and it's time for me to truly see all the heavens and worlds. There are many stories in my past life that I want to personally step into and become one of the participants. He clicked on this feature and started the lottery. Soon, he drew a picture of a young man full of ancient power. A ray of golden light flashed across the picture. Perfect world animation version. This world is pretty good. Just how much improvement can the anim version bring to me? With doubts and expectations for these stories, he began to travel. The figure disappeared into the void space. In the vast mountains, ancient ferocious beasts roam the wilderness and are surrounded by dangers. In Shikan, a group of children were sweating hard. One of the children was particularly young and obviously did not fit in with this group of people. A willow tree with only half of its body left struck by lightning calmly realized the world's shaking changes. Suddenly, its necklace-like long willow branches emitted a soft light, as if it sensed something. The village chief of Shikan sensed the sudden movement of the willow tree, and walked over slowly with his long staff in hand. His peaceful face was full of doubts. Willow god, what's wrong with you? Just. Now I sensed abnormal fluctuations in the space of this world, but now it is so calm. It seems that I sensed it wrong. Chapter 305. The branches of the willow tree exuded soft brilliance without wind, and a soft voice of a woman sounded, which was also full of doubts. The old village chief sighed and said, I see, it's okay if nothing happens. Now that the children are growing up slowly, Shikan will definitely be prosperous in the future, but it's better not to have anything happen. Liu Shen made no further sound, and the old village chief turned around and left with his long staff. However, at this moment, a space-time tunnel appeared in the depths of the wilderness, and out of it walked out a young man who looked ordinary, but possessed the power of destruction. His whole body had an otherworldly aura, like an immortal. Is this a perfect world? This is the anime version of the system. Now the place I arrived is the wilderness, since it is the anime version of perfect world. This place is definitely among the 8 wastelands of the lower realm. The 8 wastelands are extremely vast, but they are only cage breeding grounds in the upper realm. It is really sad. The system quickly gave an explanation. The host is currently in the depths of the wilderness, the area where ancient beasts compete for mountain treasures in the anime. Huang Wei wondered, I'm in the middle stage of Golden Immortal. When I came to this world, why didn't it resonate with the world and everything seemed so peaceful? The system said, because the Tao cultivated by the host is not the system of this world. There is no Tao rhyme in this world. In addition, the system hides your cultivation. No one can detect your arrival and your strength. I see. Compared to the chaos, I prefer to be quiet and low-key. Huang Wei said with satisfaction. What level am I equivalent to in this world now? He asked again. System, Immortal Realm, mid-stage of quasi-immortal Emperor. Huang Wei said, good guy. It is indeed not too weak to the ancient world of high martial arts. This is a direct benchmark. At least I have reached the realm of immortality. The quasi-immortal Emperor is also the top existence in the entire perfect world. He is the first under the immortal Emperor. Human. The strongest one should be the ruthless Emperor. I will have a chance to compete with him in the future to see if I can break through my defense. Ask again. System, do I need to integrate the system power of this world now? No need, your power is completely your own. You are the master of the 4 realms, and have a world body. You alone are a unique Tao beyond all realms, although no one can detect everything about you. Some absolutely powerful people in the lower world will still sense a faint fluctuation when you move, and even people at the level of quasi-immortal emperors in the entire perfect world will also sense it, but they can't determine the location and whether it is an illusion or real. The system says so. Huang Wei is not familiar with the overall story of Perfect World. He only watched some anime in his previous life. The episode he saw before time travel was level 84. There is no way that the anime is too slow to come out, and the novel is too long. I just finished reading it. After finishing the anime, I wanted to read the novel, and I time traveled when I read the second chapter, so he needs to explore slowly by himself. When the system sound falls perfect, one of the 7 forbidden areas of life is located in the southern region of the Eastern Wasteland. This place was formed after the ancient times, and is also known as the ancient forbidden land. At this moment, in the Bronze Palace, a woman whose face was covered by a mask suddenly woke up. Her heart was uncertain, so she calculated that she didn't find anything. Could it be that the world fluctuation just now came from outside the territory? It seems that we need to pay attention to it at all times. Huang, you have to grow up quickly. When she came to a pool, she once again folded a paper boat and slowly pushed it into it, drifting to the distance where she should go. She has lived too long now. Life is slowly passing by, and what she needs is time. Those eyes pierced through eternity, with a hint of clarity in their depth. In addition, among the other 6 forbidden areas, there are other deep and hopeless places. Several people who are also quasi-immortal emperors also have the same feeling as her, but they are strangely unable to deduce the location, so they can only arrange for their subordinates to go there. Pay attention to It's nothing serious, and it doesn't affect the plan, so I ignore it and continue to do what I need to do. The entire perfect world is actually not perfect at all. The dark turmoil will revive again in the near future, and this world will enter the era of the Emperor's fall. Everything will start over again. Standing in the depths of the wilderness, his figure looked so small in the vast wilderness. The system issued a mission and unexpectedly came to the animation world, so the host is asked to make a choice. 1. Integrate into the plot and become Shiheo's master, to teach him to grow. 2. Act independently. Choose. 1 reward. You know everything Shiheo knows. Every time you advance to a higher level, you will get a master disciple gift package. Choice. 2 reward. A solo gift pack. It's interesting. As Shiheo's master, I have to carry huge karma, and he is the one who deserves the disaster. But I'm not afraid of this so-called cause and effect. I choose 1. Chapter 351. Ishimura hunting team begins to integrate into the plot and enjoy life. The choice is successful and the reward will be unlocked after successfully recruiting a disciple. Huang Wei jumped up and scanned with his spiritual mind. He found a stone object hidden under the volcano that emitted the light of Jinai. He pointed at Shanbao. Slowly raising his hand, a force tore through the void in front of him, and he took it out with one hand. Shanbao was born ahead of schedule, and a treasure light instantly rose into the sky. However, after he was halfway through the charge, he was suppressed back by Huang Wei's strength. You are so noisy. Let me see what you have recorded first. As he spoke, he glanced at it, analyzed it with his powerful spiritual consciousness, and suppressed the volcano with a powerful force, preventing it from erupting. After coming out of the superpower laboratory, the mountain treasure in Huang Wei's hand that originally had only one piece turned into 2 pieces. The flowers bloomed in the void, and one of them was thrown back by him. Leave with another piece. Suddenly there was a sound in the sky, and a big bird exuding a ferocious black-green aura flew towards this side, and its aura was very evil. It is the sky-swallowing bird, a very evil ancient relic. It looked down and saw a human figure walking deep in the wilderness. I just felt something strange here, but now there is nothing. It must be related to this person, so let's keep him here for now. The sky-swallowing bird exuded a cunning voice and swooped down directly towards the figure below, trying to catch it and question a young man. Huang Wei ignored it and continued walking. The sky-swallowing bird thought that the other party was scared, so it pretended to be calm so that it could leave. However, at this moment, its grip was directly on the barrier. Roll. Oncoming was a gentle slap. This sounded ordinary, but it contained a terrifying slap aura of destruction. It's not good. It's a powerful person. Escape quickly. After the attack failed, the sky-swallowing bird looked frightened and turned around to run away, but it was too late. It was hit directly. All its bones were broken, blood spattered everywhere, and it was in great pain. It flew thousands of miles upside down and fell to the ground. A loud rumbling dust storm rolled up, and with a light palm, the sky-swallowing bird was blown to death. It was really terrifying. Before the sky-swallowing bird fainted, its eyes were filled with endless fear. Big, scary. At this moment, recalling that scene, it only felt that it was extremely small. The reason why Huang Wei did not beat him to death was because he planned to use it to train his future disciples. His figure disappeared quickly. In the wild forest, the chicken hunting team is currently being chased by a group of raptors, as long as leopards, which is very dangerous and deadly. Run, these beasts, watch me kill them. While running quickly, he turned around and picked up the broadsword in his hand and slashed at the raptor chasing after him with the broad axe point. After knocking one away, he was also knocked away by the raptor that was chasing after him. Soon everyone's formation was disrupted. Damn, how come there are so many? They were very puzzled. They covered their raking bodies and stood up quickly. A raptor pressed down directly on the opponent, trying to eat them. At this moment, Huang Wei's figure appeared in a valley, just in time to see this scene. It really looks like it's Chicken's hunting team, and they just happened to be able to enter Chicken with the help of you, Huang. Wei smiled slightly and disappeared. Then when someone is in distress, they have to go in front of the people in the mouth of the raptors and kill these raptors with a wave of their hands. Very relaxing. The people who were saved breathed a sigh of relief and were also shocked by the scene before them. The man in front of them was so powerful. They didn't even know how to kill each other. They only saw their hands slowly raised, and then it was over. Everyone stood up and quickly clasped their fists in thanksgiving. Thank you for your life-saving grace. Where are you from? Huang Wei waved his hand. We are a hunting team from Stone Village. I'm the captain. The leader began to introduce. I see. I'm here for the first time and I want to find a place to stay for a while. I wonder if I can be welcomed in Shikan. Huang Wei turned around slowly and smiled slightly. The man in front of me is so handsome, and his aura is otherworldly. What kind of power is he? The other party saved us, so he shouldn't be a heinous person. If the other party wants to take action against us, none of us can escape. Then invite the other party. One Shikan. Everyone was looking at and thinking about it in their hearts. Then he smiled and nodded. Of course you are welcome, and I hope you don't dislike the Shikan we missed. Everyone scratched their heads in embarrassment as they spoke. Don't worry, it's okay. Huang Wei looked unconcerned. As a meeting gift, these rings are given to you. They can be used to communicate that foreign objects can be placed inside. After my improvement, objects of life and death can be placed inside. In his palm, several rings appeared. They were narings, which could also be called soul guides. These gadgets may seem like treasures to outsiders, but in Huang Wei's super laboratory, they are like a pile of rubbish. The space inside is huge, with the capacity of a planet. This is too valuable. We can't have it. Everyone's eyes flickered, but they quickly came to their senses and stopped talking. It's okay. There is no reason to take back the things I sent out. You try to put these raptors in it and see. Huang Wei said, if so, then we would like to thank you for the gift of treasure. Everyone quickly handed over, so try to get it working. Several dead raptors were immediately included in the ring. Everyone looked excited. With such a treasure, what we get from hunting will be very convenient from now on. Thank you, Your Excellency, for being kind to us twice. If you are of any use to us in the future, please don't be polite. Everyone said quickly. Huang Wei nodded. Okay, you've come. Why don't you pack more and go back, so that you don't need to come out often in the future. And the ring I gave you has the ability to keep food fresh, and the food you put in it will stop before you put it in. The state at that moment will never change, never stink. It will always be fresh. Great. With Your Excellency, we can fight more this time. Everyone nodded. They all felt Huang Wei's kindness and no malice, and the other person's face did not look like a bad person at all. Chapter 306. In this way, Huang Wei began to integrate into the plot. From this moment on, joined the hunting team and lead them hunting in the wild forest ahead. Various birds of prey, giant beasts, and even some giant beasts that they could not even imagine containing a trace of the blood of ancient relics were also hunted. Soon, the huge ring contained a lot of things, but in front of the capacity, these were only a very small part. At this moment, the sun was setting. Everyone had finished hunting, picked the fruits, and returned to Stone Village laughing all the way. During this process, Huang Wei also became familiar with this group of people, chatting and laughing, without the Jinxon's arrogant air of being distant from others. If this group of people knew that the young man following they was a quasi-immortal emperor, they might be frightened to death. Damn it. Chatting and laughing with the quasi-immortal emperor, and hunting together, all this can keep the descendant proud. Chapter 352 Stone Village. It's been so long. Why haven't they come back yet? Could it be that something happened? The village chief, Shi Yunfeng, wielding a long staff, came to the village gate and looked into the distance. There was the entrance to the wilderness forest, and the hunting team entered through that entrance. The other villagers in Shikan gradually gathered together, thinking and praying that nothing would happen. The hunting team included their family members, the backbone of the family. However, at this moment, several cheerful figures talking and appeared laughing in front of them. Look, they're back. Father is back. My husband is back. That's great. We're all here. There's a lot of people, but there's one more person. It doesn't matter so much, just come back safely. Seeing this, the villagers of Chicken Village greeted him eagerly. It's strange, why did they return empty-handed and didn't catch any prey? It seems that they won't be able to have a full meal tonight. Hey, no matter what, it will be good if we can come back safely. There is still some food in the village. We will think of a solution then. Everyone found out their doubts, and the village chief said, and the others agreed. After all, the wilderness forest was too dangerous, and it would be great to be able to hunt one. Those raptors are also very dangerous and terrifying. But why are they so happy? There's something fishy going on. An old man from the village stepped forward and discovered this. Yes, if they couldn't catch prey before, they would be completely dejected. And who is the strange young man who was talking and laughing with them? Everyone was confused and wanted an answer now, so they all looked at the strange figure. Their eyes were all drawn towards it, and they did not notice at all the lightning struck wood behind them. The moment Huang Wei appeared, the wicker suddenly shimmered with light, but it quickly dissipated. Everyone, we are back. Everyone rushed towards this side. Hug each other with family members. It's good to come back safely. It doesn't matter if you didn't hunt. There is still some food in the village. It's okay to save a little time during this period. We'll figure out a way later. Yes, the great wilderness forest is very dangerous, and our stone village cannot afford to lose any of you. The village chief and the people in the village all spoke up without complaining at all. They all knew it was not easy. Haha, don't worry, we've got the hunt. There's no need to hunt tonight, or even for a long time. Have a great meal tonight. Everyone in the hunting team looked at each other and laughed. Sure enough, there is a problem. You all have no prey. What is the situation? Everyone looked confused. Let's go into the village and talk. By the way, let me introduce to you our friend, who is also our savior. Everyone in the hunting team looked at Huang Wei. Everyone also looked over Huang Wei, slightly cupped his hands and smiled. Hello everyone, my name is Huang Wei. I'm a casual cultivator. I'm passing by the wilderness forest and want to take a rest for a while. Is it okay? Everyone who comes is a guest, not to mention that you are their savior, so we are even more welcome, as long as you don't dislike the conditions of our village. Village Chief Shi Yunfeng heard what the hunting team meant, and quickly smiled and nodded. The person who saved them would be the benefactor of their entire stone village. Then I'm sorry. Huang Wei smiled slightly. So everyone went inside. During this process, Lei Zimu had been watching. But I couldn't see anything wrong with Huang Wei. Completely a human being. But I always feel that this person has very terrifying energy. Everyone in Shikan also believed that Huang Wei was a powerful person who could hide his cultivation. Otherwise, it would be impossible to save everyone in the hunting team. After entering, the hunting team took out the storage ring. Under the curious eyes of everyone, they said, these are called storage rings. They were given to us by Brother Huang. The space inside is very large. We just put the prey in it. You just need to hold it in your hands, inject a little power to see it, and then use your mind to take it out. Storage ring, is there such a convenient thing in this world? Everyone was shocked. He looked at Huang Wei, and then at the village chief. The village chief was the most knowledgeable person in their stone village. Shi Yunfeng took the storage ring and observed it, and was so shocked by the scene inside that his mouth widened. It's so big. It's really a storage ring. I have seen rings like this outside before, but the space is definitely not that big. These rings are the same as storage bags, except that storage bags cannot hold living things, but this one can actually hold living things. All of them. Shi Yunfeng's face condensed. A ring like this is still a very precious item, even if it is placed outside the wilderness. He walked towards Huang Wei, who was sitting next to him, and playing with some little kids. He solemnly said, little friend Huang, these rings are too valuable. You have saved our lives in Shikan, and now it is really inappropriate to give us so many. Everyone, eat. This is good food. Huang Wei waved his hand, and many treasures and delicacies appeared on the stone table at this moment, making the children around him swallow their saliva and want to eat it. After getting the consent, the children took it and ate it without any ceremony. The little guy who was chasing the big yellow dog also smelled the fragrance. His stomach growled, and he rushed over in a hurry. It smells so good. Big brother, can I eat it too? The little guy looked at the delicacies on the stone table. His eyes were filled with stars. His mouth was watering. He was so greedy. Presumably this little guy is Shihao, and he is also my future disciple, Huang Wei thought when he saw this little guy in front of him. Little one, don't be rude. The village chief said immediately. It's okay. These were originally brought out for everyone to eat together. Of course you can eat it, little one. You can eat as much as you want. If it's not enough, I have a lot more here. Huang Wei waved his hand, stroked Shihao's head, and smiled slightly. Okay, thank you big brother. The little one was very happy and immediately went to join the eating group. It smells so good. It smells so good. I have never tasted such delicious food. Yes, it smells really good. The other children nodded again and again. The other adults also started to eat. Huang Wei then looked at Shi Yunfeng and said, I will never get back what I gave you. If you think it is a hot potato, just hide it from outsiders. This is good. Little friend Huang, if there is anything that Shi Kun can do to help in the future, I will definitely be happy to help you. Shi Yunfeng saw the other party's attitude and said nothing more and quickly handed him over. Huang Wei nodded. Come and eat. Shi Yunfeng was also greedy. After putting away the things, he also went to eat. The hunting team was already very hungry and wanted to eat. Huang Wei conjured up a lot of food again. Among them is the wine fine Zion Jiang. These foods are of great benefit to everyone in Stone Village. As food enters the body, it is quickly digested into energy and the effects are exerted. So after eating, those people sat on the ground holding their stomachs. My whole body was so hot, and suddenly someone opened his eyes and said, come and feel it. I feel like I'm about to break through. Me too. It's really here. No more. I'll break through first out of respect. The end of the perfect anime version should be the Super God Universe plane. I have been watching this kind of anime recently and admire the super god technology in that universe. I plan to go and see it. Chapter 353 Dialogue with Liu Shen. Soon everyone in Shikan entered into the practice of sitting cross-legged. The food on the stone table was almost eaten. This is your opportunity. Take advantage of it. Seeing them all practicing, Huang Wei smiled slightly. Holding a wine bottle and a wine glass, he slowly stood up and headed towards the lightning strike tree. It's a really nice willow tree, but it was struck by lightning. Huang Wei stood in front of the broken tree stump, smiled slightly, drank a glass, and slowly poured down the wine bottle in his hand. Pour it on the roots of the tree. Hello Liu Shen, it's our first time meeting you. Huang Wei said lightly. Lei Zimu felt the vigorous immortal power in the wine and became more sure that the person in front of her was not an ordinary person, but she was not sure who this person was. She fought in 9 heavens and 10 lands, but she had never seen this person before. Suddenly hearing this, the wicker was emitting a soft green light. She could tell that the Liu Shen mentioned by Huang Wei was her own name, not the same name as those in Shikan. After drinking the fairy wine again, Liu Shen's vitality began to become stronger. She felt like she was bathing in a gentle fairy liquid. The injuries on his body began to recover. Chapter 307. She was shocked. To have such means and such immortal wine is absolutely a treasure. This guy actually gave it to people in Shikan and even gave it to her to drink. What a luxurious person indeed. Thank you for the fairy wine. I owe you a favor. The broken willow tree was wrapped in life energy and began to show signs of growth. Huang Wei waved his hand and an energy barrier appeared covering the entire stone village. Then he slowly raised his hand and cut off this part of the river of time. A person with such great supernatural powers is a quasi-immortal emperor. The golden immortal follows a different rule from that of the quasi-immortal emperor in this world. In a sense, it has more means than the quasi-immortal emperor. To have such means, you must be the emperor, the great emperor. Liu Shen's voice was trembling and frightened. The next second, he immediately transformed into a human body and appeared in front of Huang Wei. He bowed slightly and said, I have seen the emperor. Huang Wei did not deny it. There is no need to be polite. Everything here has been isolated by this emperor. Everything that happened will not be known. This memory from ancient times to the present does not exist. How do you feel after drinking this emperor's wine? Okay, much better, may I ask, who is the great emperor? Liu Shen asked. She was sure that it was absolutely impossible for a new quasi-immortal emperor to be born, because it would be too difficult. No wonder, as a giant of the immortal king, she had been unable to see through everything about the other party just now. This emperor does not exist in any history. My name is Huang Di. The moment Huang Wei said these two words, even though it was isolated, there was a slight movement in the world, but it was quickly suppressed. Yellow Emperor. Liu Shen was greatly shocked at this moment. Now that your body is slowly recovering, please feel it carefully. This world will soon become unstable. However, if you are willing to join the Emperor's Wooming sect, you can get more and learn many secrets that you don't know yet. Huang Wei spoke slowly. Liu Shen's heart moved slightly. The Wooming sect? Secrets? How many secrets in this world do I not know? But that's right, even I don't know the existence of the quasi-immortal emperor in front of me. Maybe she knows something about this world. It's really too little. Okay, I agree, Huang Di. After weighing the pros and cons, Liu Shen knew that joining this unknown sect would definitely have great consequences, but the other party was too mysterious, and there was no evil aura from a foreign land on him, so he might not be an evil person. Time will prove that your choice is the most correct, and the Wooming sect will not treat you badly. Huang Wei raised his hand, and a mark filled with supreme charm appeared. This is our Wooming sect's new cultivation system, called the Power of Gods. Now that you join the Wooming sect, you will naturally be qualified to obtain the Power of Gods, and inherit a god. Perceive it well. Looking at the strange force flying over, Liu Shen was a little wary. The first thing he thought was that this mark could be used to control people, right? But the person in front of her was the quasi-immortal emperor, who looked extraordinary. Even in her prime, she didn't dare to face him, because she had seen the emperor's battles, and knew how terrifying he was. Being able to have such great magical power, and not being discovered by Emperor Cheng is enough to show how powerful his opponent is. Now I can only leave it to fate. She wanted to see what was so powerful about this god. Soon the gods entered her mind, and she began to enter a world of gods. She will be the god of life. There is only one assessment. Restoring the body is the completion of the assessment. She opened her eyes, greatly shocked. At this moment, the willow tree has grown out its birth parts. Thank you Huang Di for your gift. Go back and digest it well. When they wake up, tell them that I'm in retreat, and will come out later. Huang Wei nodded. Yes. Liu Shen's human incarnation disappeared. Huang Wei released the barrier with a gentle wave. Came to the little one. Instantly seeing through the other party, the original position of the supreme bone was empty. Everything can be revived. After you become my master, you will grow even more powerfully. Huang Wei murmured, then dodged and entered the armor spirit space to practice. The perfect world itself is an advanced world. Although it is only the Anam version, it does not prevent him from giving it a try to see if he can enter the late golden immortal stage. That is, the late stage of the quasi-immortal emperor. He mobilized the four elms in his body and began to operate. Strength begins to be absorbed. At the same time, he is also returning to his original nature. The four elms have been opened up by him. Next he tried to unite the four elms into one. Become a more advanced world. At that time, maybe he can use this to hit the late golden immortal stage. Just do it. Bring out the avenue roulette. Although this is one of the fragments, it is also among the innate treasures. It is perfect to serve as the central point for the integration of the four elms. The avenue roulette exudes the supreme Tao charm. Under the influence, the four elms merged bit by bit. There are also the laws of the four elms. This is a long process. In this way, a long time passed. A few years have passed in Shikan today. Everyone is missing Huang Wei. At this moment, the willow god has recovered into a huge willow tree, full of vitality and benefiting Shikan. The great wilderness natural disaster is about to come, and we have to leave here when the time comes. On this day, Liu Shen suddenly heard a voice. Yes, Liu Shen, what should Xiao Huang do? We have to tell him the news. Now that big brother is still in seclusion. We can't let him die in the wilderness disaster village. Chief Shi Yunfeng and Shiheo came over and spoke. Today Shiheo has grown up. It's really thanks to the good stuff from 2 years ago. Now he has reached the ultimate level of moving blood. The rest of the people in the village also improved by leaps and bounds after having a good meal, and their physical fitness and other aspects were improved. It was really a great blessing for them. Unfortunately there has been no news yet. Liu Shen only told them that they were in retreat. Don't worry, he will be fine. The end of the perfect anime version should be the Super God Universe plane. I have been watching this kind of anime recently and admire the Super God technology in the universe there, and I plan to go and see it. Chapter 354 Injured Stone Monkey. Angry people in Stone Village. On this day, everyone in Shikan gathered around the village. In front of them was a large furnace. The children of Ishimura tried to carry it one after another. Nowadays they have been reborn and are no longer as incompetent as the original. They were all able to lift it up. Although some of them were unsteady, after being lifted up, they also became stronger. The family all cheered. My baby is so amazing. He can lift this cauldron at such a young age. My kids too. But all of this is thanks to the benefactor 2 years ago. If the benefactor hadn't given us such precious food, we wouldn't have been reborn as we are today. Everyone agreed with Shilin, whose words, "It's a pity that the benefactor has been in seclusion for 2 years. Is he still here?" Everyone can see the changes in Liu Shen. The lightning strike tree has grown vigorously again, and now it has such magical power. Since Mr. Liu Shen said that he is still here, he will not lie to us. Now, the physiques of the little kids have greatly increased, and they have entered the late stage of the blood moving realm. Furthermore, Xiaodian is the youngest and the one with the highest level of cultivation. He has reached the legendary level of moving blood. With such a talent, Ashikan will definitely be revitalized in the future. Village Chief Shi Yunfeng also walked out with a long staff, speaking peacefully. "Let me try it too." At this time, little Shiheo came out, and now he has his own name. When everyone saw the little guy coming out, they were all shocked by the little guy's current physical strength. Shiheo had an amazing aura standing there. Under the gaze of the group of older children, Shiheo rubbed his hands, grabbed both sides of the cauldron, exhaled loudly, and exerted force, so that the cauldron trembled and left the ground. It was quickly lifted up easily under the shocked eyes of everyone. The little one felt very light, so he grabbed the alchemy furnace with one hand and played with it, with a relaxed look on his face. This alchemy furnace was like a weightless toy in his hands. This is the horror of the blood moving realm. Everyone was shocked. Bang! With a dull loud noise, the furnace tripod was lowered by the little boy. After everyone cheered. Suddenly at this time, a bloody and injured chicken man ran in. "What's wrong with you, stone monkey? Who hurt you like this?" Seeing this, Shilin Hu and others' expressions changed, and they ran over. Chapter 308. Hug the stone monkey. Seeing the injuries on Stone Monkey's body and the bleeding holes, everyone in Stone Village suddenly became extremely angry. They are people from Yang Village. I was checking over there and happened to encounter a raptor. I wanted to capture it, but a group of people from Yang Village broke out on the way. They invaded our territory and robbed my raptor, and they were very ruthless. It's spicy, and there's a little kid among them even more so. I'm defeated by everyone, and I end up like this. Ahem. Stone Monkey was in very bad condition, very weak and pale, coughing blood and struggling to speak. The Damaokan invaded Ashikan's territory and hurt the people of Ashikan. Is this deceiving the people of Ashikan? Our dad. Don't worry, we will avenge you. One of the young men ran over and said with an angry look on his face, his fists clenched and murderous. The mother who followed behind was also worried and angry. Don't talk about this, let's give time to treat the injury first. His injury is too serious, and he will die if he is not treated. Shi Yunfeng said immediately. Liu Shen, please save my father. Liu Shen, please save Uncle Stone Monkey. The young man ran to Liu Shen and knelt down, as did the little Shiheo. Uncle Shihao was very kind to him. Everyone in Shikan was a family and no one wanted to lose anyone. They are united. The rest of the people came over one after another. Shi Yunfeng placed the stone monkey's body in front of the willow tree. No need to worry, Willow. God's calm but safe voice sounded. The willow branch stretched out and slowly touched the stone monkey's body, and a green light merged into it. Everyone saw that the stone monkey had strong life energy. Willow god, who inherited the god of life, is now the god of life. It is still very simple to save a person who is dying. Now she has become the god of life of the Wooming sect and has also received many blessings that she did not have before, especially the original secret law of life obtained in the Wooming pavilion. It also gave her an incredible opportunity to learn more about the laws of life. Everything in this world turns out to be like this. And she also found a way to break through and become a quasi-immortal emperor in this original secret method of life. It's just that we are currently limited by this world and cannot break through. And the four elms are currently closed. Her consciousness cannot enter. But there are huge changes. Now she has returned to her prime point, even more powerful than in its heyday point. It is already the infinite half foot into the existence of the quasi-immortal emperor. Then just wait for the opportunity to come. Perhaps it was the day when Huang Wei came out of seclusion. Stone monkey recovered quickly from his injuries. Really a god. Stone monkey blinked and the pain in his body disappeared. I'm ready. Looking at the wicker in front of him, he understood the reason. Thank you God Liu for saving your life. He stood up immediately and thanked God Liu. No need to be polite. Willow god took back the wicker. That's great, Dad. Uncle Monkey, Stone Monkey and Little Dot both came forward, very happy. Let's go. Men from Shikan, pick up your weapons and then go meet the bastards from Aokan. Yes, the angry people in Shikan picked up their weapons, including huge broadswords, longbows, broadswords, axes, etc. These are made from the bones of giant birds of prey. It is extremely hard and heavy, and its lethality is also very strong. And there are also special metal combinations used to create it. The people from Yao village did not leave, but instead entered the area of Shi village to hunt birds of prey and collect other treasures. Those losers in Chicken, leave this place to us. It's really good. Hurry up and collect these and bring them back. The sacrificial spirits are still waiting for our giant raptors. The captain of the Yonkan team spoke. The young man in front of him was holding a longbow and shooting wildly at the raptors and trees around him. You beasts of Yonkan, your grandpa is here. Dare to come to my Shikan's territory and hurt the people of my Shikan. You are seeking death. However, at this moment, a huge axe fell from the sky and flew down. Be careful, Captain Yankan shouted when he saw the huge axe flying towards Yanfeng. Yanfeng also noticed that the danger was approaching. His expression changed drastically, and he quickly aimed at the flying axe and shot an arrow. But the axe was already close at hand, and even if he shot a long arrow, it would be blown away by the huge shock. Orfeng lay down and fell to the ground, feeling extremely painful, and quickly stood up. All the people from the village came up quickly. Are you okay? The captain asked. Yanfeng shook his head and said coldly, I'm fine. In front, a group of Shikan men led by Shilinu came running. Their blood was boiling, and their fighting spirit was boundless. They wanted to pinch the people from Aokan and press them to the ground and rub them. Beasts from the village. Your grandfather is back. Beasts from Yonkan. If you dare to hurt my father, you must pay the price today. After recovering, Shihao wanted to take revenge, and he and his son shouted angrily. Chapter 355 Soul Emperor Reincarnation. Seeing the person in front of them, the faces of everyone in Ao village became slightly condensed, while Ao Feng looked disdainful. The leader of the hunting team, Nongxuan, stood up and said, stop talking nonsense. Life is not easy in the wilderness. Survival of the fittest. We just follow this principle. Let's fight. Then we'll make you the unfit. Stone Monkey, Stone Forest Tiger, and Shifijio raised their weapons and took the lead to charge and kill. It's that little beast who shoots the most brutally. The Stone Monkey looked at Yanfeng and shouted angrily, he is so cruel and inhumane at such a young age. He will definitely be a disaster when he grows up. Kill him. Uncle Stone Monkey, leave it to me. The little boy jumped up and rushed directly towards the wind. The silver moon bloomed in his hand, and the terrifying power exploded, and he was thrown directly towards the wind. Yanfeng looked disdainful, picked up the longbow, and shot. but he soon discovered that he had thought too simply of the guy in front of him. The long arrow was instantly cut open in the middle of Silver Moon and headed towards his arms. The powerful force shredded the long bow in his hand and the meridian bones of his arms. The little figure approached, and he gathered all his strength and punched Hao Feng in the chest. Ah! Or Feng screamed in pain, vomited blood and fell to the ground. The rest of the people in Yao village were also shocked when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that their genius boy would be defeated so easily. The little one is indeed at the extreme level of bloodshed. Shilin, who smiled happily. Now that they have been reborn, it is already a matter of easy success for them to deal with the group of ferocious winds in front of them. Soon the people of Nan village were defeated in embarrassment. They fell to the ground one after another and were captured. Aishimura, please talk to me if you have anything to say. There is no need to fight or kill. There is a misunderstanding between us. Yanshin softened at this moment. He didn't expect the people in Chicken to become so powerful. This time they forgot to bring treasures and other items and suffered a loss, and Yan Feng was also caught by Shahao's son and he was punched and kicked constantly. A group of older children also kicked and beat him together. If you dare to hurt my father, I will beat you to death. If you dare to hurt Uncle Stone Monkey, I'll beat you to death. Bang 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 bang. Or Feng was beaten so badly that he was unable to resist and became dizzy. The bones were broken. You must know that these children now have very terrifying power. The strength of every kick and punch was terrifying. Stop beating him, he will really die. Aoshin shouted with pain on his face as he looked at the beaten Hao Feng. Misunderstanding. Why didn't you tell me about the misunderstanding when you hurt me before? Stone Monkey kicked Aoshin on the chest, and the latter vomited blood and flew backwards. What are you going to do to let us go? Aoshin coughed up blood. Now they are defeated and can only bow their heads after being captured. We all live in this cruel wilderness just to survive, and we don't want to. As long as you can let us go, we promise that we will not intrude into your Chicken territory from now on, and we will disappear in front of you from now on. Now that you've beaten us and that guy violently, your anger should be gone, right? How about it? It's not easy for everyone. We just want a way out. When Yao Shan's words came out, everyone in Yao village was on the ground waiting in pain. Okay. Apart from that, leave all weapons and valuable things on you. Shilin, who glanced at Xiao. After all, the other party was the one involved. After beating him so hard, he felt much better. He walked over to Hao Feng and sat down. Such a big body. Hao Feng vomited blood again. All the bones in his body were broken, and he passed out. Seeing this scene, Nongxin and others were all frightened. How could such a small body bear the wind? If it continues to be delayed, Yan Feng will be dead. Their village finally managed to produce such a talented young man. He must not die. He gritted his teeth and said, okay. As long as you can let us live, I will give you all these extraneous things. Okay, I hope you will keep your word. Otherwise the next time we meet, it will be your death. Chapter 309. Xiao held back a glance at the crippled Yan Feng, then looked at Nongxin and the others coldly, and said in a deep voice, don't worry, we won't meet again. Yanshin said through gritted teeth. Aishimura man, collect the spoils of war. Xiao patted his butt, stood up and shouted. Everyone in Chicken was extremely excited and quickly searched for the loot. Seeing this scene, everyone in the village was heartbroken and bleeding, but there was nothing they could do. Get out. The stone monkey grabbed the dead wind on the ground and threw it to the person on the opposite side like trash. Aoshin grabbed Hao Feng, who was covered in blood and limp, and shouted, retreat. Everyone in the village fled in panic. Everyone in Stone Village laughed. Everyone is extremely comfortable. In such a wild place, everyone knows that survival is not easy. The people of Chicken are not cold-blooded animals like Yan Feng. As long as they are done venting their anger and the other party does not pose a big threat, they will still survive. After all, they are humans, not animals. Let's go. This time we really come back with a full load. Shilin, who waved his hand and shouted. Everyone quickly returned to Chicken. In the Jialing space, it has been washed away by the endless years here. Huang Wei successfully integrated the four elms into one. There is only one immortal field in his body. In the Xianshan, there is a new world, where the four realms merge into one. Huang Wei gave it a name, Hunji, because it is made up of the fusion of many different worlds, and he will continue to absorb the worlds for fusion. Keep getting stronger. There is nothing more suitable, concise and grand than this name. The system voice rang. Congratulations to the host for merging the world into one. The system reward, the supreme treasure of heaven. The seal of heaven. Ask the host to perfect the laws of the chaotic world and sort out the operation of the laws and order. If you fill in the gaps in reincarnation, you can get the earth seal, and if you fill in the gaps in human realm, you can get the human seal. With the 3 seals in hand, you can mobilize the complete power of the chaotic world to defend the enemy and attack. At the same time, this is also an opportunity for the host to be promoted to Douluo Jingxin. The system's voice rang. With the 3 seals, combined with the Avenue Roulette, the host will be able to advance to the great Luo Jingxin in the world inside the body. Everything in the outside world is imperceptible, and the system will help cover it up. The host does not want others to know, and no one can know. Douluo Jingxin corresponds to the immortal emperor of this world. The immortal emperor is the most powerful existence in the perfect world besides God. As soon as these words came out, Huang Wei's blood immediately boiled. He escapes into his own chaotic world and can know what is happening in this world with just a thought point in the heavenly Dao space. He was holding his heavenly Dao seal and looking at it. This is the most precious treasure of heaven. Comparing this treasure of heaven and the prehistoric world, who is more important? Huang Wei asked. The system said, the quality is comparable, but in terms of power, it depends on how strong the host's world is. According to the current situation, it will be easily killed by the prehistoric heaven. This result is actually pretty much what Huang Wei expected. Reincarnation. This world is missing reincarnation. Huang Wei remembered this. He plans to copy the prehistoric world, but there is no witch clan. So he found the most unique soul emperor in the mixed world. Allowing the opponent to reincarnate can create supreme merit, and when the time comes, he will become the first person in the Wooming sect to break through to the golden immortal point, and the way of heaven is immortal. It lives forever. Emperor Hun Xin was naturally moved. So under Huang Wei's deception, he issued an oath of heaven to the entire chaotic world with his Taoist heart. I, the emperor of the soul, feel today that the laws of the world of chaos are lacking, and that the lonely soul has no place to return. I hereby incarnate into the reincarnation of the world of chaos, to make up for the deficiencies in the laws of reincarnation of the heavenly realm. The 6 realms of reincarnation and the underworld. Open. The voice of Emperor Soul resounded throughout the chaotic world. Everyone is happy and clear. Chapter 356 Golden Immortal Dzogchen. Humane layout. As the heavenly Emperor Soul's oath of heaven resounded in the chaotic world, Huang Wei, who possesses the Xian Dao seal, received the order, allow. High in the sky, a voice carrying the power of the laws of heaven spread throughout the chaotic world. The rich light fell, and the Soul Emperor was bathed in the light of heaven, turned into a law of reincarnation, and escaped underground. Boom. For a time, the entire land trembled at this moment. All sentient beings in the mixed world can feel this scene. A breath filled with the supreme underworld appeared. A ray of golden light flew up and escaped into the laws of heaven, completing the incomplete part of the laws and becoming a complete chain of laws. A ray of supreme merit entered Huang Wei in the underworld. The netherworld underworld is established. From now on, all living beings and dead people in the mixed world will enter the netherworld underworld. The voice of the Soul Emperor contains the power of the laws of heaven. In the chaotic world, all the souls seemed to have found a home at this moment, and quickly fled towards the direction designated by the ghost. Now that the 6 paths of reincarnation have emerged, the underworld of the netherworld has appeared, the law of reincarnation has been completed, and the operation of the mixed world has indeed made up for the lack of feeling in my underworld system. Where is my reward? In the chaotic heavenly space, Huang Wei's thoughts swept across the netherworld and reincarnated in 6 ways. Suddenly, he unexpectedly discovered that in this reincarnation, there seemed to be a force trying to prevent him from seeing it. He is the master of the chaotic world, a supreme existence, and all living beings can change with a single thought. Is there an existence here that he cannot see through? That's strange. Is it because I didn't get the Dao seal? Huang Wei frowned and murmured. At this moment, the system sounded. Congratulations to the host. You have filled the tunnel reincarnation in the chaotic world and obtained the tunnel seal, the treasure of the tunnel. As the voice fell, a ray of light appeared and slowly fell on Huang Wei's hand. It is a seal that sparkles with the aura of the 6 reincarnations of the underworld. It says authentic. When he took out the Xiandao seal, it was the same seal, just one light and one dark. After obtaining 2 seals, he felt that he had a deeper understanding of Taoism in an instant. The laws of earth and the laws of heaven. Now I have a deeper understanding of these 2 laws. He closed his eyes, and within his body, Tao followed nature. The aura representing the way of heaven and the aura of earth were suspended in his dinshin. Although he has not yet reached the realm of Douluo Jingxin, he still has 2 seals in conjunction with the world body, so he is not afraid at all. Even if he really faces Douluo Jingxin. As long as the Douluo Jingxin is not really too highly cultivated, everything will be fine. The next thing is humanity. Gather the seals of the 3 most precious treasures of heaven, earth and people. Then it will be the roar of my enlightened Douluo Jingxin. Humanity is a bit difficult to deal with. We need an emperor recognized by all races, a human emperor who commands all races. I'll see if there's anyone who can fill the position first. Huang Wei glanced at everyone. As long as the human race gathers together and a common master emperor emerges from the human race, the fate of humanity will gradually solidify and appear, and this will be considered complete. Huang Wei said. However, today's human race has already existed. If we look at the founder, the humanity seal should be in the hands of Empress Nuwarai, the founder of the Kantang seal. The system said, it's different here in the mixed world. The humanity mark given by the system is unique to humanity. The system said, as long as the host allows the co-owner of the human race to be born, and the destiny of humanity flourishes again, everything will be fine. Huang Wei asked, can I use a trace of my true spirit to enter reincarnation and step up step by step to become the human emperor? System. Okay, it seems that I'm about to start the layout. Now there are 4 heavens in the chaotic world: Douluo heaven, Daopio heaven, Fisheng heaven and God realm heaven. Among them, heaven in the God realm is a god and is excluded. As long as the first 3 days are taken care of, Douluo is the entire universe, and there are a lot of lower planes. But as long as you are strong enough and can defeat all dissenters, then it won't be a big problem. It's not right. System. I discovered a problem. I myself am a human race. Now I represent humanity. As long as I can unify the human race, won't this humanity like golden dragon come out? Whispering, Huang Wei suddenly discovered something was wrong and immediately raised questions. The system said, you are now the Deo of heaven, the creator, and the supreme master of the mixed world. You can be destroyed with one thought and last for an eternity. You are no longer immortal. Moreover, you are not a creature of the mixed world itself. The human destiny golden dragon will not recognize it. Yours, because you are an immortal. Okay, I get it. Huang Wei stopped arguing. Just do what you want, but before that, he needs to digest the merit he just received. After digestion is completed, it will also be good for him to separate a trace of true spirit later. The stronger the body, the better the true spirit's qualifications after reincarnation. So I continued to refine it. In the heavenly space, there is no time to talk about. All I know is that a long time has passed. The moment Huang Wei opened his eyes, his own cultivation has been directly promoted to the golden immortal Dzogchen. He slowly exhaled and said, the layout begins with or thought. A trace of true spirit can be easily sent into the 6 realms of reincarnation. Chapter 310. I chose humane reincarnation. Looking at the sentient beings in the mixed world, he moved his hand. The layout has begun. Everything is done. Now it's up to you. For the sake of the birth of the golden dragon of humanity and luck, no one can stop you from growing up. Huang Wei murmured. It's been a long time now. With a thought, his figure disappeared into the chaotic heavenly space. Appearing again, it is the familiar world of wilderness. Now a long time has passed here. At this moment, the great natural disaster is approaching. The wilderness became unfit for survival. In the original work, the scene where Shihao went to seize the Swani treasure technique appeared. He had just finished the baptism. During this period, Liu Shen did not let Shihao upgrade. Instead, he continued to suppress his cultivation and polish his body. Now in the ultimate blood-moving realm, he is even more powerful than the original. The blood all over his body had solidified to a very terrifying degree. Shihao sat on the green-scaled eagle, and together with Shi Yunfeng, quickly entered the teleportation beam created by Liu Shen. Countless flames fell down in the wilderness, and the entire land was destroyed, and ferocious beasts and raptors also died in it. When all three people entered, Huang Wei's figure appeared in front of the willow tree. Looking at the light in front of him, the flints that were about to hit him disappeared without a trace the moment they approached him. Huang Emperor, you finally came out of seclusion. Liu Shen's voice sounded. Go ahead and don't worry about me. Huang Wei's long hair fluttered slightly, and his clothes moved slightly. Yes. The teleportation array quickly disappeared. Everyone in Shikan, including Liu Shen, was teleported away from this place. Huang Wei turned around and looked into the depths of the wilderness, where was the source of all destruction. In an instant, his figure had reached the depths. This place is already mountainous, and the rocks are cracked to a very serious extent. Those ancient relics that were the main culprits in causing natural disasters were harmed one after another. There is also the smell of the sky-swallowing bird here. In the past few years, the other party did not die last time. This time, I will control you all. You can serve as mounts for Ishimura and my disciples. Huang Wei thought and moved his hand. Chapter 357. All collected in front of Huang Wei was a huge 8. But at this moment it was seriously injured. Seeing that everyone looked like an enemy, he picked up the stick in his hand and smashed it directly towards Huang Wei. Venerable Realm. Huang Wei didn't even bother to raise his hand, and the stick hit him. Nothing happened at all. Zhu Yan was stunned at first, and then shocked. The human being in front of him was able to catch his own stick without any fuss. Although it was injured, it was impossible for a human to catch it. The next moment, Huang Wei's figure flashed in front of it, raised his hand, and touched Zhu Yan's forehead. Zhu Yan's body shook violently, and was immediately compressed by a force. After a while, a huge Zhu Yan turned into the young furball in the anime. The stick also disappeared into its body. The first one is done. There are 3 others left. In the sky swallowing bird, Zuke and Kyanki were instantly stunned when they saw that this human being had subdued Zhu Yan so easily. Yes, it's him. Run. High in the sky, under the dark clouds, the sky swallowing bird, which was avoiding the impact of the flaming boulder, felt that the figure in front of it was somewhat familiar. After taking a closer look, it was instantly stunned. The panic comes from the dusty shadow memory from a few years ago. He stopped grabbing the mountain treasure and ran away in a panic. Seeing this scene, both Zuke and Kyanki became solemn. He easily defeated Zhu Yan and made the sky swallowing bird panic like this. No more mountain treasures to grab. Who is this human being in front of me? Bang. However, the escaping sky swallowing bird hit a screen directly. It's the screen. When did it appear? It's him. This human method. The sky swallowing bird was in great pain and fell down. Zuke and Kyanki's faces turned pale with shock. He decisively launched an attack on Huang Wei. The most powerful blow in the realm of the venerable is not a vegetarian. Watching the attack coming, Huang Wei remained indifferent and was hit in the next second. Under a huge cloud of dust. The sky swallowing bird gave chase again. The third attack fell fiercely, and the piece of earth shattered directly. It's done. It's not really powerful. We are just scaring ourselves. Kyanki breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, and then mocked. Something's wrong. It went too smoothly. If Zhu Yan can be conquered so easily, how can this human being be so easy? Suzaku's wings were flapping, his expression solemn. It's not done. This human being is very strong. Tunshan said through gritted teeth. Oh, you have met him before. You won't be abused, right? Otherwise, with your evil character of swallowing the sky bird, you would run away without even taking the mountain treasure? Zuke and Kyanki had already wanted to ask. The sky swallowing bird's complexion changed, and its face was unpredictable. You can't tell them about the scene where you were beaten to death with just one punch that day, right? At present, its injury has not fully recovered. Still aching. After returning to his cave that day, he fortunately used a treasure he had kept to restore himself. Otherwise he would really die. So he vowed to run away the next time he saw this human. Not even my head. He just did it, but was stopped by the barrier set up by the opponent. It is also very helpless. We can only join forces with the other two beasts to see if there is a chance to capture this human. A fourth rushed inside the smoke point. Huang Wei appeared unscathed. Nothing happened at all, as expected. We are no match. Run quickly and break the barrier with all your strength, otherwise we will end up like Zhu Yan. The sky swallowing bird screamed in fear, as if it had seen a devil. Its usual calmness and planning were gone. Now it just wanted to survive, and its whole body was shaking. Seeing this, Zook and Kyanki also turned to attack the barrier. All three beasts attack one point. But it's no big deal. Don't struggle in vain. This emperor wants to collect the treasures of all powerful beasts and merge them into the most powerful and unique treasure. So, you all, please cooperate with me. As soon as the words fell and the thoughts moved, a terrifying power instantly descended on the sky swallowing bird, Suzaku and Kyanki. The expressions of the three beasts changed wildly, as if they were being pressed by the huge ancient valley, and their bodies were like falling into an ice cave, with no ability to resist. Boom. The three beasts hit the ground, vomiting blood. Sir, don't. Suzaku said with difficulty and fear. After all, they were also in the realm of venerables, so they were suppressed so easily? The surrounding space moves and swirls with ripples. The three of them felt very uncomfortable. Then it quickly compressed into a very small size like Zhu Yang. He flew unconsciously into Huang Wei's palm. As for the mountain treasure, Huang Wei summoned him. He had copied it before. After his research, he found that this is one of the materials in the novella of the original true solution, but it still needs to be integrated with another to be the real original true solution. No matter what, let's put it away first. The ancient relics of the four-headed venerables were suppressed by him, held in his hands, and put into his body. Raise your hands and take a little space. The tyrannical power quelled the natural disasters and turmoil in the entire wilderness. The volcano no longer erupts. The vast wilderness here in the original book became uninhabitable due to natural disasters. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311. But now the natural disaster has been calmed down. Huang Wei waved his hand, and a surge of vigorous life energy rose into the sky. A divine force soared into the sky, covering the vast wilderness, and then disappeared. After raining down the divine force, the whole process is quick. Raising his hand, Huang Wei cut off this recent memory. Let those so-called supreme beings be unable to find the reason. The earth, nourished by the divine rain, quickly revived and sprouted life. It's time to leave, Huang Wei thought for a moment, then turned around and cut through the void, disappearing into the wilderness within the realm of chaos. Huang Wei's true spirit has been revived, and he changed his name to Huang Wei because the other person's memory is preserved. What is his mission? Of course, it means becoming the strongest human race. Along the way, the real body has paved the way for him, and the people of the Wooming sect will also help him when the time comes. Now the other party only needs to grow up, make achievements, and establish prestige. This is a slightly longer time. With the help of Liu Shen, Ishimura left the natural disaster area and came to a new area in the Anim. This place is also within the Great Wilderness. After all, the Great Wilderness is very large and extremely vast. Compare the Great Wilderness to the entire Blue Star continent. The place where the natural disaster just occurred was just the land of cherry blossoms, and now they came to another area. This place's aura is stronger than the previous place. We will live here from now on. Liu Shen, how is the situation over there? After Shiheo regained consciousness, he quickly ran to the willow tree and asked. Liu Shen said, your master has come out of seclusion and quelled the natural disaster over there, but it is currently destroyed. Great, master is out of seclusion. Liu Shen had already told Huang Wei that he wanted to accept Shiheo as his disciple, Liu Shen, now I have reached the ultimate limit of moving blood, and my body has been tempered to the extreme. It's time for me to break through, right? I feel like I can't suppress it anymore. Shihao said, clenching his fists. Wait a minute. At this moment, a voice sounded. A space crack appeared in front of everyone, and Huang Wei walked out of it. You still have one last liquid immersion left. After the immersion is completed, you can break through the cave. Huang Wei planned to differentiate some of the essences of the 4 ancient relics, and use the means of the super laboratory and the blood center, to merge the blood of the 4 ancient relics together, and then soak them in each other. After the cave sky condenses, there may be a big surprise. Chapter 358 Chaos Holy Cauldron. Baptism of Fierce Blood. Shiken's great opportunity. See someone coming. Willow God's branches moved slightly. A figure walked out of the void and saluted. Huang Emperor. Everyone in Shiken also gathered together at this moment. I've seen the Yellow Emperor. The group of they also called Liu Shen together. Brother Huang. Hao was very happy to see the person in front of him. But he also heard everyone's names and hesitated. You will call me master from now on. Huang Wei smiled. Disciple. Hao, pay your respects to the master. The little boy saluted immediately. Yes. Huang Wei smiled with satisfaction. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple. The master-disciple template has been successfully awakened. It has been detected that Hao has reached the ultimate level of blood-moving realm. I hereby give you a master-disciple gift package. The gift package has been placed in the warehouse. Please accept it yourself. Huang Di, what did you mean when you said there was still time for the last baptism? Village Chief Shi Yunfeng came over and asked in confusion. The others were also curious. Not just him, but also the children of Shiken. Accepting this baptism will give them a stronger physique. Huang Wei came to the square, raised his hand, and a huge medicine cauldron appeared. As soon as the cauldron came out, it exuded a terrifying energy of chaos. There were strange and ancient patterns around the cauldron, which seemed to contain some kind of supreme truth. When everyone in Shiken saw it, including Liu Shen, they were all shocked. This cauldron is so terrifyingly powerful. It's truly extraordinary. Shi Yunfeng exclaimed. This is the holy cauldron of chaos. It contains a small world. I have changed my mind. Everyone in Stone Village has entered it to be bathed and baptized. The Holy Cauldron of Chaos was conceived by combining the spirit of fairy fire when the chaos world evolved and created the world. It has the same origin as the spirit of fairy fire. As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved, and 4 small objects transformed from ancient relics flew into the sky. What is this? Everyone in Shiken looked up curiously. This is Zuan, sky-swallowing bird, Suzaku, and Kyanki are the 4 most powerful ancient relics. These are the existences of the venerable realm. At this time, Liu Shen suddenly spoke. At the same time, this is also the 4th culprit of natural disasters in the depths of the wilderness. As soon as these words came out, everyone in Shiken was shocked again. It turns out to be an ancient relic of the venerable realm. It's a legendary existence. I didn't expect it to happen. Shi Yunfeng knew a lot and recognized it immediately. From now on, these 4 ancient relics will be the village protecting beasts of Shiken. As soon as Huang Wei said these words, a surge of power began, and Shiken's luck began to be bound to the 4 beasts. Everyone was surprised, and then they were happy. Great, with them, our first ancestral land in the Stone Kingdom will rise. Huang Emperor, that red bird is the sacrifice spirit of the Fire Nation. Liu Shen said. I naturally know that I will give it the method of the void, so that it can travel freely between the Fire Kingdom and the ancestral land. Huang Wei said lightly. I see. Liu Shen said. Being able to be favored by the Yellow Emperor, these 4 ancient relics are about to soar into the sky. With a wave of his hand, the 4 beasts came out in separate groups, each guarding a corner of Stone Village. Around Shiken, there are 4 more Optimus pillars, which contain a space world. At the same time, Huang Wei also gave them the 4 evils to protect the village. No one from the upper realm can even think of breaking through, and they will also suffer huge backlash. It has a concealing effect. In the original work, Ishimura's fate was not good. As a time traveler, he planned to intervene and change it. Come on, it will be boring if the things in the original work continue to happen. This place is also the home of the Yellow Emperor. The supply of countless training resources changed the qualifications of everyone in Chicken, turning them into real dragons. Thank you Huangdi, everyone. In Chicken thanked him one after another. Needless to say, Shiheo is my disciple, and you are his relatives who will naturally take care of you. Everyone, please enter the cauldron, and prepare for the fierce blood baptism. Huang Wei waved his hand and spoke softly. The next moment, streaks of light appeared in their hands. This is the Piyuan pill. If you swallow it after the baptism begins, your foundation will be greatly improved, and reach the ultimate breakthrough. Thank you Huangdi. Everyone in Chicken, whether they were men, women, old or young, went in, and finally Shiheo also jumped in excitedly. As soon as you enter, you are in a small world. Everyone was sitting cross-legged in a huge pool. They also understood what Huang Wei just said. Outside, Huang Wei moved his hand and a blood core came out. The essence and blood of Zuan, Suzaku, Kyanki, sky-swallowing bird, and other ancient relics all appeared at this moment, and flowed into the holy cauldron of chaos, injecting immortal power. The chaos holy cauldron began to heat up, reaching the temperature Huang Wei wanted in an instant, and the blood that entered began to water and baptize the people. Everyone also quickly swallowed the Piyuan pill. This is an elixir. However, considering that their cultivation level was too low, Huang Wei reduced the potency of the medicine a lot. Within the blood essence, there are also many powerful beasts from the mixed world. After this baptism, everyone in Stone Village will reach a new level. The next step is to wait. The small world within the Chaos Holy Cauldron will naturally be shrouded in the energy of chaos, blocking the secrets of heaven. The rules of this small world are extremely incomplete, and no one can discover it. Huang Wei stood with his hands behind his back and said quietly, Huang Emperor, do you want to completely cultivate Chicken? Liu Shen said, good. Chicken is also a powerful force in the upper realm, but it is a pity that countless people have been wronged and become guilty of sins. I have trained them, and even the entire people of the Stone Kingdom, to give them a chance to enter the upper realm and wash away their sins. Huang Wei downplayed it. We haven't seen you for a few years. You have fully recovered, which is good. The gods of life are infinitely mysterious. Understand them carefully, and the skills you have obtained will be your great opportunity to become emperor. Huang Wei looked at the woman standing aside. It's Huangdi. I have vaguely noticed that I have touched the threshold. It's just that there is still something missing, and I can't break through. It seems to be limited by this world. Chapter 312. Liu Shen said with a look of reluctance. The quasi-immortal emperor is just around the corner, but he still can't take that step, which is really uncomfortable. If this world doesn't work, then go to the mixed world. Now that the mixed world has been greatly upgraded by this emperor, you can break through and become a quasi-immortal emperor. Also, let your 5-color bird come over, and I will give him a chance. Huang Wei said. Yes. Liu Shen's words revealed excitement and expectation. As soon as his spiritual consciousness was summoned, a 5-colored bird flew quickly from outside the stone village and landed on the willow tree. Now that Liu Shen has recovered, he is extremely happy. He can once again see the glory of the past. Soon, he will fight against the giants of the upper world again. This 5-colored sparrow is a powerful person who hides the deepest level of true immortality. He has a great contribution to the original work. This thing is a genuine ancient divine bird Suzaku. The previous Fire Nation sacrificial spirit Suzaku was just a relic. It's definitely not as powerful as this one. The one you and I were talking about is him. Liu Shen said directly to the colorful sparrow. The ancient divine bird Suzaku, are you willing to join my nameless sect? Huang Wei smiled slightly. He looked like a mortal, but he possessed the vast and supreme power of the supreme immortal emperor. For a moment, Wu Sik felt that Huang Wei's body was constantly enlarging, and he became extremely small and powerless. He was also a true immortal after all. It was extremely frightening. I am willing, great emperor. I will join the Wuming sect and follow you. Chapter 359 Liu Shen becomes emperor. The ancient divine bird felt the power of the great emperor and understood that his opportunity was right in front of him. Very well, time will prove your choice is correct. Huang Wei pointed his finger, and a ray of divine light entered the forehead of the ancient divine bird. Suzaku point. Immediately afterwards the other party entered an epiphany point. The first thing I did after waking up was to thank Huang Wei point. Then he directly entered the nameless realm point. The opportunity in Wooming Pavilion is waiting for him. You should also go back to practice. Huang Wei looked at Liu Shen. Liu Shen nodded. After saying goodbye, he returned to the willow tree, and his consciousness entered the realm of chaos. I was shocked by the scene here, and the strong atmosphere of the avenue. This was scarier than what she had come in before. The entire world system has been greatly improved. Here, she felt the perfection of the law. Although the laws of the mixed world have not yet been completely perfected, it is enough. At this moment in the chaotic world, the true spirit transformed by Huang Wei has gone through a long period of time and has moved towards the direction of the human emperor who unifies the human race. Point at present, it has taken shape. Point. Huang Wei can speed up the time here. Point, but the appearance of the human emperor cannot speed things up too much. Otherwise, the human emperor's luck, the golden dragon, will not be perfect. Point. Liu Shen was ordered not to interfere in human affairs, and she didn't bother to pay attention. Now that she came in, she found the key to breaking through the quasi-immortal emperor. It is also in the golden immortal realm. Point. Within the holy cauldron of chaos, he was baptized by the constant high temperature of fierce blood. Point. Everyone in Shiken was in great pain, but they could feel the sublimation of everything within themselves. Every pain is a blessing. Point. At the same time, the realm of many people has also rapidly improved. The baptism here will continue until the end of each of them. At this moment, Shihao roared angrily, and a terrifying divine light bloomed all over his body. He broke through, and after the last baptism, he could no longer suppress it, and soared into the sky. Point. He directly broke through to the realm of cave heaven. Point. And a shocking scene appeared. Behind him, 10 caves condensed in an instant. The color of each cave is as deep and dazzling as the sun. Point. Condensation is terrifying. Point. It's not over yet. The supreme bone in his body also revived at this moment. Point. With the power of his physical body, he opened up his entire physical body, and an 11th cave appeared in his body. Point. This scene made him instantly stupid. Point. Now he has leapt into the peak realm of Dongshan. Logically speaking, you can directly step into the spirit transformation realm. But he suppressed it and didn't rush to break through. Now he is also breaking through very quickly and needs to be polished. No need to rush. Point. The others were also frightened by the scene where he opened 10 caves at once. Point. The 11th cave was hidden in Shihao's body and did not fly out, so they did not see it. Point. But he saw the dazzling golden light in Shihao's body. A genius like no other in history. Open up 10 caves at once. Everyone was shocked. Point. Then they also felt that those who moved to the blood realm were also sublimated under the baptism of fierce blood. Point. He also broke through to the realm of cave heaven. Point. The village chief, Shi Yunfeng, helped him eradicate the hidden disease due to the previous food, restored him to the 5 caves, and then broke through the spirit transformation realm. Now, under the baptism of such fierce blood, plus the power of the UN building pill, he has directly broken through to a great realm. Point. Reaching the inscription realm is not over yet. Point. As absorption continues, his cultivation level is still improving. Point. The same goes for the rest of the people, and there are signs of entering the spirit realm in the cave. Point. Everyone sees this rare opportunity to impact. Point. However, you must also consider your own foundation. Point. So this baptism will be a very long process in Shiken. Huang Wei has arranged a formation. This formation has the breath of the Chaos Dragon and can nourish everything in Shiken. Point. It will be of great benefit to the people here. The most important thing this emperor lacks is training resources. He opened up a space in a mountain range in Shiken and put a lot of resources into it. Only people of Shiken's blood can open it. Point. At the same time, he began to observe the things inside the mountain treasure. Point. It soon became clear that this was the inheritance of the Supreme Palace. There are also some pure blood treasures from ancient relics, as well as some treasured weapons and training resources. It seems that the important inheritance of the Supreme Palace is here. Moreover, Huang Wei also obtained the inheritance of KOZ sword technique here. One of the 10 ancient evils, the 9-leaf sword grass. Soon Huang Wei learned this inheritance. 9 pieces of sharp golden sword grass appeared in his hand. This is the 9-leaf sword grass. A blade of grass can cut down all the stars. That's what I'm talking about. Just when he realized it, he also attracted an attack from the 9-leaf sword grass. Even the upper realm cannot withstand this power, and it still falls, and the entire lower realm will be broken into 2 halves. But when facing him, he was easily wiped out. Time passes quickly. A year passed just like that. Within Stone Village, only the Chaos Holy Cauldron was operating during this year. Huang Wei searched for the 4 ancient relics, and talked about them. When they learned that the other party was a supreme quasi-immortal emperor, they were all frightened and prostrate themselves in submission. Finally, they were infused into the gods and taken under their command. On weekdays, they had nothing to do and could freely move around the stone village, the stone pillars in the land of the gods. You cannot manifest your true body unless you are in danger. So now in Stone Village, there are 4 more little things in the realm of divine fire flying around. On this day, Huang Wei felt something strange inside him. With a thought, it turned out that Liu Shen had finally broken through to the quasi-immortal emperor Saw. The supreme Tao Yun quickly blessed her body. Many fellow disciples appeared in front of her. This group of fellow disciples are all at the quasi-immortal emperor level. Liu Shen humbly and respectfully called each senior brother and sister. She was very scared. She didn't expect that there would be so many quasi-immortal emperors in the Wooming sect, which were the golden immortals in Huang's mouth. It's really scary. What kind of force is this Wooming sect? Where did it come from? If these quasi-immortal emperors were released, with such a large number, the entire upper world would be turned upside down and completely in chaos. Chapter 313. Congratulations to you, Liu Shen, for finally becoming the quasi-immortal emperor. Huang Wei's phantom appeared, and Liu Shen was shocked, because as a quasi-immortal emperor, he was still so small in front of the opponent. The other party is still such an unattainable giant in her eyes. What level of character is the yellow emperor? All this is thanks to Huang's gift. Liu Shen quickly said modestly, okay, you can complete your unfinished mission first. Back then, you could only kill the immortal king in a foreign land like this. Now that you have reached the quasi-immortal emperor, there will be a new story. Huang Wei smiled slightly. He was looking forward to the scene where Liu Shen would make a big move and turn the upper world upside down. Yes, Huang Emperor, it's time to complete my mission. Liu Shen nodded. If you don't have enough manpower, ask your fellow disciples to help. Huang Wei said. I intend to turn the entire lower realm of the 8 wastelands into an independent world with complete laws, and it will no longer be a breeding ground in the upper realm. This emperor also needs to start making big moves. Huang Wei smiled. Although it was a big move, it wasn't really that big for him. Because the human emperor was born, and the golden dragon of humanity luck solidified, he would soon be able to obtain the humanity seal. When the 3 seals are gathered together, it will be time for him to step into the Douluo golden immortal. Chapter 360 Chapter of Supreme Secrets. Liu Shen left. The upper world is about to get busy, and it's time for me to get started. Huang Wei glanced at the pill furnace in front of him. Then he escaped into the realm of chaos. At this moment, all living beings in the mixed world were conquered by the human emperor everyone worshipped, and the Chinese empire was born again. Huang Wei fought all the way, coming in blood and overwhelming all enemies. In the end, after going through a lot of hardships, he finally sat on the throne of the human emperor on the day he ascended the throne. The divine warrior came to the world to save all living beings. The phoenix spread its wings, the white tiger roared, and the green dragon wrapped around the sky. Golden lotuses bloom from the palace. The scene is magnificent. I ascend the throne as a human emperor today, and the co-lord of the human race in the mixed world. Suppress the fate of the human race with the 4 holy swords in my hands. Everyone knows about it. The human emperor Huang Wei has a loud voice, so majestic. The 5 holy swords in his hand are an acquired treasure created by combining the essence and blood of Phoenix, Shenwu, King Long, and White Tiger. It has the power to suppress luck. Allow a sound that shocked everyone was heard. Long live the human emperor. Long live the Emperor. Long live the human Emperor. Long live the Emperor. In the chaotic world, everyone bowed in the same direction. Roar. At the same time, the golden dragon of human luck appeared, and its solidification level reached a very high level point within the heavenly space. Ding. The way of humanity is revealed, and the golden dragon of luck appears. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the seal of humanity. As the system sound sounded, Huang Wei also stopped looking at the scene below. Point in his hand, a seal with a strong aura of a humanistic golden dragon appeared. Point the word humanity is written on it. Point seal of heaven, seal of earth, seal of humanity. Now that I have condensed the 3 seals of heaven, earth and man, it seems that I'm about to break through to the great Luo golden immortal. Huang Wei was extremely excited. I quickly started practicing my skills and looked for opportunities for breakthrough. Based on my feelings, the 3 seals of heaven, earth and man merged into his body, and the wheel of the avenue began to rotate at this moment. An indescribable feeling emerged from his heart. On top of his head, a Dao fruit began to condense. The golden light was bright and boundless, baptizing his whole body. Daoji has achieved a qualitative sublimation. Among Douluo Jinxin and Jinxin there is also Tai Jinxin. In a perfect world, the supreme quasi-immortal emperor would actually be at the Tai golden immortal level. No one has reached this level yet. This is a reason why it is so difficult for quasi-immortal emperors to step into the realm of immortal emperors, because there is an invisible Tai golden immortal hidden between them. Only by completing this step can one truly become the immortal emperor, and now Huang Wei possesses the existence of absolute treasures such as the 3 seals of heaven, earth and man, the world body, the chaotic realm, and the avenue roulette. In addition, he has now reached the level of the supreme golden immortal, so to a certain extent, he can directly use it. With the help of this treasure, he instantly transcended the Tai golden immortal and reached the realm of Douluo. Therefore, the gap between the immortal emperor and the quasi-immortal emperor is insurmountable. With the baptism of golden light, the breath of Douluo spread over his body. The golden fruits on top of the head began to bloom slowly. The 3 flowers begin to gather at the top. Sing the music of the supreme avenue. The outside world has been around for a long time. Everyone has also come out of the chaos holy cauldron. After a long baptism. Everyone in Shikan has made a qualitative leap. Even with the foundation, qualifications, and cultivation, the elderly have returned to middle age. Suddenly, several formation level auras appeared. Everyone in Shikan was extremely excited. A spiritual body from Huang Wei appeared and informed them of some situations. Now Shiheo's cultivation has reached the realm of Dongshan Super. The spiritual body did not allow him to break through immediately, because opening the 11 caves is not the limit. The spirit body told the other party his method. While the opponent's content was being condensed, he asked Shiheo to suppress it and not break through to the spirit transformation realm. Now the spirit body has received the mission gift package. I opened the blood moving gift package and obtained the ancient blood moving mister, as it is mainly a method for mortals to enter the blood moving realm. It is only useful in this realm. Through practice, you can reach the most powerful blood moving realm. But it cannot be used in the realm of cave heaven and above. And Shiheo broke through the Dongshan Queen. He opened the Dongshan gift bag. Obtained the secret chapter of Taishang Cave. What is described in this chapter is incredible. Because the 10 caves that ordinary people think are not the most extreme. Even the 11 caves today are the same. The most extreme thing that the cave heaven realm can achieve is to open the 33 cave heavens, corresponds to the 33rd heaven of the prehistoric times. After opening up to the extreme, then crush them all, 33 into one, become a saint in the cave. This is an absurd fallacy, but now it has appeared. When Huang Wei Lingshan saw this content, he was dumbfounded and shocked. Let me go. It turns out that Dongshan can still be played like this. 33 caves. How did you come up with this? So the spirit body informed Shiheo and everyone in Shikan about this. When everyone in Shikan heard this, they were extremely shocked and felt that this was fake. 33 caves, 33 in one, Saint's Cave, swallowed. This is scary to think about. Of course, even if you can't reach the 33 caves in the end, you can still crush them into one and create a similar cave. It says that depending on your personal physique, you can use the magic to merge to the limit. 33 is the ultimate, and it is difficult for ordinary people. Huang Wei Lingshan opened his mouth to explain. It's too much. I feel like it would be great if I could open 10 holes. The children in Ishimura all said. Village Chief, this is the secret chapter of the Supreme Blood Movement. I leave it to you. There is no use staying here with me, but it will be of great use to your children born later. Shiken has been transformed by this emperor, and the resources, there is no shortage of anything. The extreme level of moving blood is no longer the limit, it is the strongest level of moving blood. There are ways to break through it. It's a pity that none of you are moving the blood realm now, otherwise you can try. However, there is one that he can give him a try. Huang Wei Lingshan waved his hand, and a simple sheepskin roll with super rich blood flew towards Shi Yunfeng's hand. Thank you Huang Di for your gift. Shi Yunfeng and everyone were extremely excited. Chapter 314. Thank you, Master. Shi Heo was also extremely excited. If Shi Kun is good, so is he. Everyone in Shi Yunfeng gathered around to watch, their eyes glowing golden. This is the supreme inheritance of Shi Kun. They all swallowed. Shi Yunfeng immediately put it away. When the time comes, he needs to find a way to unite everyone to protect this secret point above the extreme realm of moving blood. There are also the ultimate realm and the most powerful realm point. The parchment is clearly filled with all the cultivation methods and resources or similar alternative resources anyway. Extremely detailed point, anyone who is not a fool can understand it point at the same time. This is also very dangerous. If it is obtained by outsiders and can be understood by outsiders, it will be troublesome. Don't worry, this content can only be viewed by those recognized by the first ancestral land. Huang Wei also knew what they were thinking. That's great. Shi Yunfeng was overjoyed, and a stone finally fell from his heart. By the way, Mr. Huangdi, who is the person you just mentioned who can give it a try? Shi Linhu asked respectfully. The moment they first learned about the identity of the person in front of them, the entire hunting team became restless. Damn it, they hung out with the emperor, talked, laughed, and had dinner together. Who would believe this? This has also become their first choice for daily bragging point. The rest can only be envious. Chapter 361 Douluo Jinx, and this person's name is Shi Qingfeng. He will suffer the consequences for you there. In order not to attract the attention of the Yu clan people, his grandfather is Shi Heo's 8th old man. They have a great connection with you, so I need you, Heoa, to go to the second ancestral land in person to bring them back. Take this Puan pill and give it to your old man. His health is not good anymore. Huang Wen's eyes seemed to be able to penetrate everything. The next moment, the scene of the second ancestral land appeared. Point at this moment, there is an old man who is seriously injured and dying. There was also Shi Qingfeng, who was humiliated in the courtyard. A pill with soft light fell into Shi Heo's hand. That's it. I know. I didn't expect that our second ancestral land would encounter this. Why don't we go there together and kill the beasts in Prince Yu's mansion? When Shi Yunfeng, Shi Linhu and others heard this, they immediately became furious. Now their cultivation level is either the inscription realm or the formation realm. Point, I'm really not afraid of that guy. No need. Grandpa, Uncle Tiger, and everyone else. I will personally bring them back. If the people from Prince Yu's mansion dare to stop them, I will not let them go. Shi Heo clenched his fists. He felt the most pain when his relatives were bullied. Master, where are my father and mother? Shi Heo raised his head and asked. Teiku, Sacred Mountain, some memories about you. I will unravel them for you now. Huang Wei Lingshan said, tapping his finger lightly on his forehead. The memory sealed deep, and Shi Heo's heart was instantly unchained and emerged. Shi Heo fell silent in the memory stream for an instant. When he recalled it again, his fists clenched. Now that your supreme bone has been reborn under the enlightenment of my master and the baptism of the evil point and Puan, this bone will surpass the previous one. Go. This is your experience. Write down this chapter on the secrets of the supreme cave heaven. You can practice condensing the cave heaven on the way. Huang Wei waved his hand, and the parchment scroll in his hand floated in front of Shi Heo. Yeah, I know. As expected of Shi Heo, Shi Heo immediately calmed down from the sad things, sat cross-legged, and began to read and memorize the contents. Soon, he learned A god also punched into his forehead. This god has a supreme mystery. You can understand it on your own. Write it down. And you can set off. Master, Grandpa, everyone. I'll set off first. Okay. Be careful on the road. Go quickly. Don't let the old man die. You must bring him back. As for the rest of the beasts, Shiheo must not leave them alive when it's time to kill them. This is also the most important lesson in your cultivation journey. If you can't take this step, you won't be able to become a truly strong person. Shi Yunfeng and Shi Linhu said sincerely. There is no way. Little Shiheo is too kind. I understand. Don't worry, everyone. Shiheo nodded. Pai Hao brought a group of horses. Shiheo sat on them and set off quickly. He couldn't delay any longer. It would be bad if things changed. Huang Wei looked at Shiheo's retreating back and murmured in his heart, the storyline seems to have been extended. Judging from the time, the old man should be dead. It seems that my appearance is a reason for the butterfly effect point, but that's fine too. He waved his hand and the chaos holy cauldron was taken back. Everyone, I'm the leader of the Wooming sect. Are you willing to join the Wooming sect? The Wooming sect is hidden in the dark and will not be revealed. Huang Wei Lingshan looked at everyone and Shi Yunfeng. Everyone was excited and looking forward to. Yes, they, Shikun, and everyone else have achieved such achievements because of the person in front of them. Being able to join the Wooming sect now is a great blessing. This is the opportunity for the real rise of Shikun's first ancestral land. Everyone got a hold of it. One after another, gods entered their foreheads. Everyone has received the supreme inheritance. At the same time, there are also mysteries above the venerable and divine fire. The current owner of the God Realm Center wants to break through the existence of Douluo Jingxin. These gods are updated closely with the pace. As long as they understand the gods, their limit is the limit under the central matrix point. As long as Huang Wei breaks through Douluo Jingxin, the center of the god realm will once again usher in a major evolution. By then, their ultimate cultivation level will be the supreme quasi-immortal emperor TSK. It's scary to think about. In the following days, everyone worked hard to build the first ancestral land and expand the territory. The formation will automatically extend, and any territory captured by everyone in Shikun will become part of the first ancestral territory in the chaotic world. The figure was bathing in the great Luo immortal tribulation, the world body, the three seals of heaven, earth and man, and the avenue roulette appeared, easily resisted it, and absorbed it into the body for refining. Time flies by, and the speed of flow in the heavenly Dao space and the Jialing space makes it impossible to tell how long it has passed. On this day, Huang Wei's figure was completely surrounded by golden light. As the golden light blooms and explodes, countless golden lotuses are flying all over the sky. Within the light, a breath was exhaled. Huang Wei's figure was exposed. Douluo Jingxin, I finally achieved Douluo. His voice was filled with excitement. After countless years of fighting, I finally set foot in the Douluo golden immortal realm. It also achieved the realm of the immortal emperor in the perfect world. I have to say that the plane system of the perfect world is really high. The immortal emperor directly targets Douluo Jingxin. And above the sky, it must be at the level around the immortal emperor. Maybe quasi-saint is the highest point. That may be the case for now. But in later generations, it is hard to say that the sky will be covered and the body will be weak. After all, there are other realms of sacrifice. However, it is still far behind compared to prehistoric times. After all, there are many golden immortals in Great Luo, as well as quasi-sages, especially in the Age of Saints. There is really a picture of Douluo Jingxin walking around everywhere, and the quasi-sages are not as good as dogs. If just one or two statues come down, I don't know if the world can stand it. As he became inferior to Douluo Jingxin, everything in his body underwent tremendous changes. Now, we can finally have some fun. First, knock down the entire perfect world, feeling all the changes in himself. He showed a satisfied smile. The center of the god realm has indeed become very strong. In the world of chaos, the realm of gods and heaven is still the highest. This is a place of eternity. Summon the system interface and come out to take a look. Host Huang Wei, divine soul, divine martial arts talent, turtle longevity, endless life, fusion of rings, world body, lifespan, identity, Lord of Chaos. Chapter 315. Dao Qi comes with the ability to strengthen the foundation and cultivate the essence, the early stage of Douluo Jingxun, the early stage of Immortal Emperor, experience points required for mid-level promotion. 0/100 billion Divine Bones, Douluo Divine Martial Armor, Skills, Teleportation, Invincible Golden Body, Ice, and Fire Dragon King Strike, Absolute Zero, Absolute Flame Extinction, Water Shadow Light Body, Evil Killer Whale Slash, Death Spirit Tide, Wrath Demon Whale Kill, Divine Power Conversion, Blood Bat Shield, Blood Red Nine-Headed Storm, the Center of the God Realm. Will automatically upgrade the ear, Soul Power, Douluo Jingxun Physical Strength, Douluo Jingxun Self God, Divine Warrior Deity Acquired Treasure, Heart of Divine Martial Arts, Sword of the Gods, Shield of the Gods, Innate Treasure, Dao Roulette, one of the 4 fragments, but does not affect normal use. Heavenly Dao Seal, Earthly Dao Seal, Humane Dao Seal. Point Soul Skills, Defense, with 1 level of counter injury critical strike. 5 levels of armor enhancement, armor saving, martial spirit space, martial air destruction, infinite divine weapon cannon, divine martial gravity field, divine martial true body, supporting the wrath of the sky, divine martial 9 change, Shenwu destroys the world, reverse damage rate. 200% critical hit rate. 200% cultivation speed. 100% inner elixir drive, Deep Sea Demonic Whale King inner elixir, Blood Red Nine-Headed Bat King inner elixir, 10-Headed Fiery Sun Snake inner elixir, Poseidon's Heart, integrated into the heart, System Warehouse, 10 Fierce Fire Location Soul, Gangshan, Ultimate Body, Jingxun, Embryonic Stage. Juvenile Stage, Infancy, Juvenile Stage, Growth Stage, Adult Stage, Mature Stage, Complete Mature Stage, Ultimate Body, Super Ultimate Body, Ultimate Body, Kung Fu, Burning Technique Emperor Level, Divine Martial Flame Technique, Divine Martial Thunder Technique Flame, Spirit of Fairy Fire. Chapter 362. The Second Ancestral Land. The wilderness was huge. Holding the map of the second ancestral land, and riding a horse, Shiheo moved forward without daring to delay for a minute point at night. I really couldn't see the road clearly, so I rested for a while in the wild forest point. On this day he parked his horse by the pond, and went to wash his hands. Suddenly, at this moment, a leopard rushed out, and wanted to swallow him. The huge bloody mouth and the sharp and huge tiger teeth were very breathtaking. Feeling the danger, Shiheo turned over in an instant, narrowly dodged, condensed the silver moon in his hand, and cut directly. The tiger roared, and a wave of light shot out, point hitting Yinyu. Yinyu cut through the light waves, and flew towards the tiger's head. Point the tiger's pupils shrank, and the next second it was cut on the head. Blood splattered. Point falling to the ground, dead. I'm just hungry and have something to eat. With an excited look on his face, Shiheo took out his knife and began to decompose it with practice. Set up the stove, light the fire, and start roasting. Looking at the barbecue in front of him, his mouth watered, wiping it and waiting. Taking this opportunity, he observed that there was no danger around him, so he asked his horse to protect him. The horse in front of him is the wind-chasing horse, one of the descendants of the ancient relics. Not to mention it is extremely fast, and has reached the inscription realm. Point after all, there is no shortage of treasures in Stone Village, and the food for the horses is also very good. Point after all, in normal times, the sons of Shikan would ride out of the village to perform tasks. It is impossible to slack off, just because of the comfort in the village. In this case, even if they have cultivation, their combat effectiveness is very low. Taking this opportunity, Shiheo meditated and observed the secret method of moving blood. Although it was useless to him now, he couldn't look at it. He had also written down the content in the hands of the village chief before. Then let's take a look at the secrets of the Taishang cave. Now he has condensed 11 caves, so he planned to try to condense the 12 caves according to what is written above. There is no contradiction in breaking through the realm of cultivation above the cave heaven realm. So now he can actually break through to the spirit transformation realm directly. But he was not in a hurry and planned to keep grinding, just like he broke through in the blood moving realm when he couldn't hold it back any longer. Or maybe you have encountered an enemy that is truly invincible. So he circulated the secrets of the Taishang cave heaven and began to condense the 12th cave heaven. The cells in the whole body are active and the bones are thundering. The surrounding energy gathered quickly. In an instant, it was night. The 12th hole in his body was finally condensed. During this period, birds of prey also came, but they were chased away by the wine chasing horses. The barbecue in front of Shiheo had been roasted for a long time, and the aroma was so fragrant that Chafengma immediately extinguished the flames. If you bake it again, it will turn into carbon. It followed everyone in Stone Village and had rich experience, so it naturally knew this. Such a big-headed tiger, seeing how serious and focused Shiheo was, he didn't bother him and started eating to replenish his energy. When Shiheo woke up, he was full of energy. It's really done. 12th cave heaven. What a powerful force. Shiheo jumped to his feet and clenched his fists. The 12 caves behind him were emitting rich, deep and dazzling golden light. As he thought, 2 of the caves disappeared and merged into his body. After the 10th cave, as long as he doesn't want to, he can hide it in his body and not come out. Gilulu, he was so hungry that he quickly picked up the tiger meat and ate it. He consumes a lot now and needs to eat more nutrients after eating this. I didn't feel full enough. It was at this time that the smell of the meat he grilled was so fragrant that it attracted the night walkers in the forest. A group of wolves with scholar eyes emerged from the surrounding grass. The tears flowed down. Shiheo was not afraid, but overjoyed. Opened the 12 caves and rush over quickly. 1 punch and 1 kick is 1, and sometimes it's a group of bowling balls in a short time. The wolves lay on the ground and were slaughtered by him. Shiheo said that it was really considerate of him to bring food, even though he was not full. So the wolves were skinned, roasted, and eaten. Everything that cannot be eaten is placed in the cave. He took the wine chasing horse and found a place to stay temporarily for one night. At the same time, he took out 6 treasure bones. Each of these 6 precious bones records an inherited treasure technique. For example, the Swanee treasure technique, the Zuan treasure technique, the sky swallowing bird treasure technique, the Zoop treasure technique, the Kyanki treasure technique, and the wind chasing horse treasure technique. Finally, he took out another thing, which was the original true explanation given to him by Liu Shen. There are many things that I can't learn. Let's start with the Swanee treasure technique. Once you have mastered all the treasure techniques, it won't be too late to study it in Manman. Shiheo rubbed his palms, put away the remaining 3 pieces. Swanee and the wine chasing horse treasure skills were left behind. This wine chasing horse is not the one he rides, but another one in the village. That guy is the wine chasing horse king. He is a genuine ancient relic. His bloodline is very rich, and it is even stronger than these ordinary wine chasing horses. Be noble. This is a symbol of extreme speed. He has the speed to advance and attack, and to retreat, and run. After thinking about it, he decided to study together with his current talent. It shouldn't be a big problem. Then I studied hard throughout the night. Early the next morning, Shiheo's figure appeared and jumped into the air. Swanee, Baoshu, go, beast. Patterns appeared on his body, and a huge and relatively thin Swanee shadow appeared directly and hit the ground. Boom. Then it ran again, and this time the animal pattern was different. Chasing the Wind Horse King's treasure technique. His speed was faster than the wind, and he was moving rapidly in this forest, and he also had the means to attack. For example, what do you think would happen if you were hit by a horse traveling faster than the wind? What's more, it's Shiheo, the monster with the blessing of such wind speed. The power brought by a punch will be horribly enhanced. This night was indeed not in vain. Now that my body has been baptized and enhanced by the Puan pill, my comprehension ability has been greatly improved. Let's have breakfast instead. After breakfast, we'll hit the road. After landing, he took out the wolf meat from last night and heated it up and enjoyed breakfast with chasing the wind horse. Once you've got that done, head straight out. The second ancestral land of Stone Kingdom. Stop it. Don't hit me. At this moment, in the courtyard, several evil servants were bullying a frail young man. At this moment, a strong wind blew. Everyone was shocked. After they came to their senses, one of the evil servants was knocked out by a horse. A large mouthful of blood spurted out, and the whole person flew several hundred meters away, smashing through rocks, trees and other buildings. He fell to the ground, his body trembling and twitching, not sure if he was dead or not. A horse screamed, with the power of a terrifying beast. Chapter 316. You, who are you? The other evil servants and the bullied boy were frightened. There is a young man sitting on the horse. Seeing the person who was knocked away, Shiheo frowned at first. After all, it was a human life, but in the end he felt the stares of the village chief and the others in his mind, so he felt relieved. He jumped off the horse and looked at the evil servants coldly. Get out. The evil servant was frightened away. Hello, I'm a person from the second ancestral land of Shiken. My name is Shiheo. I'm looking for Shi Qingfeng from your village and the people from Shiken. Shiheo pulled the young man up from the ground. Chapter 363. People coming from Prince Yu's mansion. Two little scumbags are. So you are Shiheo. The young man in front of him looked shocked. He looked at the person in front of him and immediately lowered his head in embarrassment, because the person in front of him was very worthy of the name Shiheo in terms of momentum and strength. Do you know me? Shiheo looked at the other person's expression and asked curiously, well, I'm the Shi Qingfeng you call me, and you must be the master Shiheo my grandfather calls me. Great. Qingfeng, take me to Grandpa Zhu quickly. I have something to give to him. Come on. Grandpa Zhu can't hold it any longer. Shiheo also learned some information from his master, so he was very anxious. Shi Qingfeng pulled him and quickly ran to the house behind him. Chasing the wind horses waiting here. The evil servants hiding among them heard the news. He was startled and quickly turned around to report the news to the people behind the scenes. Entering the house, there was an old man lying on the wooden bed, still coughing. Grandpa Zhu, Shiheo is here, Shi Qingfeng said as soon as he came in. He cares deeply about his grandfather because he is his only relative here. If the other party died, then he didn't know what to do. After all, I have to be bullied every day. Shiheo didn't waste any time. He directly helped the old man up, immediately took out the yuan given to him by his master and stuffed it into the other man's mouth. Grandpa, hold on. Master's elixir is a treasure elixir. It can save your life. You won't die. Shiheo gritted his teeth and said. After understanding the cause and effect, he hated the people of Prince Yu's mansion very much. His mother had been here before, but in order not to attract attention, the old man asked his grandson to pretend to be Shiheo and suffer here on his behalf. He must repay the other party. These are his close relatives of Shiheo. As soon as Pei Yuan entered the mouth, it turned into a stream of air and entered Shi Jianen's body. Under a ray of light, his pale face turned rosy. Well, shout out. Grandpa. Shi Qingfeng was very worried. Don't worry, Grandpa Zhu will be fine. I believe in my master. Shiheo clenched his fists and held back Shi Qingfeng, who was about to pounce. The next second, Shi Jianen stood up straight. Terrible power erupted from his body. In an instant, he was resurrected from an old man who was on the verge of death with full blood. It feels so comfortable. Such a strong medicinal power. I need to absorb it quickly. Shi Jianen looked extremely shocked and quickly sat cross-legged. He was originally a monk in the late stage of the inscription realm. It is only one step away from the formation realm. In this way, he found the opportunity for this breakthrough. It must be grasped well. Boom. The gods roared, and the old man's old body was like a small sun, constantly trying to spread the blazing rays of light, and the golden light bloomed. The rich and terrifying medicinal power quickly restored all the injuries in his body, and the energy and blood were replenished very quickly, as if the vast spring of life had been poured into it. The pale hair also became black and shiny, full of vitality. When Shi Jianen was young, he was a Feng Xian Ha of Shi Kingdom. He had numerous military exploits and was famous. It's just that I was slandered later, and for various reasons, it became like this. However, at this moment, two figures quickly appeared outside. Blue clothes, a man and a woman. It is rumored that the real Zhaoshi is back. Whether it is true or not, kill them all today to avoid future troubles. The woman and the man smiled evilly. The next second, with a wave of his hand, the Rain Clan skill was aimed directly at the chasing horse in the yard, trying to kill it in case it escaped. After all, they have seen the speed of chasing the wind horse before. If he ran away, everything would be terrible. Just when they all thought it was easy to deal with a horse, Feng Ma sensed danger and turned into a gust of wind, arriving at the door of the house and dodging the attack easily. What? You escaped? As expected of a horse chasing the wind, you little beast, just die for me. The man narrowed his eyes and suddenly felt unhappy. However, Shiheo inside the house also discovered 2 dangerous auras in the yard. Stay here and don't move. Everything will be safe when grandpa comes to his senses. I'll go meet the 2 guys outside myself for a while. After Shiheo finished speaking, he turned around and left the room and jumped up to the horse chasing the wind point. At this moment, 2 ferocious attacks burst out. He summoned Silver Moon to directly block it. You are from Prince Yu's mansion. Heo's face was full of hatred. Yes, it seems you are a real little stone. Yes, I am. Very good. This place today will be your burial place. I will not die, but on the instead, this is your graveyard. Ma, stay here while I collect some interest. Shiheo said coldly, jumped up and roared angrily. 12 caves bloomed unabashedly behind him. Brilliant and brilliant. 12 caves of heaven? How is this possible? Damn it, you are worthy of being the master of the Born Supreme Bone. Now even if you lose the Supreme Bone, you can still grow to such a terrifying level. It must be killed, and absolutely no one can be left alive. Otherwise, the Rain Prince's mansion will definitely attract a formidable enemy. Their voices were filled with shock and panic. Without holding anything back, they directly used the strongest spell of the Rain King Palace that they could use. Swan Ni treasure technique. You will go to hell. Shiheo first used the wine-chasing Horse King's magic to blend into his body. With a flash, he appeared in front of the woman in an instant, and the terrifying power of the 12 caves blasted out very quickly. So fast, the woman's expression changed drastically, and she wanted to herself. But it was too late. In the next second, she was hit in the abdomen and her bones were broken. A large mouthful of blood spurted from the mouth. Rainforest. Damn little beast, die. The man roared defend, and the most powerful spell fell. With a wave of his hand, the Swanee treasure technique on his body was directed towards the opponent's technique. A loud rumble sounded. 2 bodies fell from the sky. There was no movement. Good guy. Was he killed just like that? You are not very good either. I thought you were very strong. Heo looked disdainful and ignored them. He gathered up his strength, turned his back to them, and walked into the house. Go to hell you. However, at this moment, the struggling man gathered his last bit of strength and struck out with anger and hatred. Just when the attack was about to hit Shiheo's back, a figure flashed out of the room and deflected the attack back with a wave of his hand, hitting the man in the forehead. The man groaned and died immediately. This is called being self-inflicted. If he had just laid down peacefully like that, or run away, he might have had a chance to survive, but now he had completely killed himself. The villain from Prince Yu's mansion only knows how to sneak attack. Shijianen's disdainful voice sounded out, Grandpa, Zhu, you're fine. Shiheo turned around, looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, and suddenly became excited. At the same time, he also understood one thing: never be careless with the enemy and turn around. Chapter 364. Shijianen is resurrected with full blood thanks to your elixir. You must have been sent by His Majesty the Stone Emperor. As far as I know, only the Shi Kingdom has the elixir recipe. The other one is the First Ancestral Land, but the First Ancestral Land has lost many years old, so I can only think that you were sent by His Majesty the Stone Emperor. Hey, I didn't expect that after so many years, Your Majesty would still remember me as a criminal. Looks like I'm vindicated. Shijianen put his hands behind his back, as if he had already seen through everything. He couldn't help but feel sad and relieved. Those eyes were full of nostalgia for the past. Now that he lives another life, he will definitely guard the Stone Kingdom again. No, Grandpa, I come from the First Ancestral Land. My name is Shiheo. Chapter 317. Although the little boy didn't want to break the other person's thoughts, he had to tell the truth at this time. When he exhaled the last 2 words, the aura of the strongest young man suddenly filled his body. Shijianen was extremely surprised. The First Ancestral Land. Are you the swaddled baby back then? Yes, you look like Zeeling, and the outline is the same. Your parents must be Zeeling and his wife. Shiheo nodded. It's me. I'm that baby. Shijianan was extremely excited. Great, you're not dead. So, Zeeling and his wife found the legendary holy medicine and saved you, right? No, my parents haven't come back since they handed me over to the first ancestral land, and I haven't seen them again. I was rescued by the village chief and grandfather of the first ancestral land, and now I'm in the first ancestral land. From Master, I learned about the situation back then, and the whereabouts of my parents. Having said this, Shiheo's expression became unusually depressed and sad, and then his face became solemn, with a glimmer of hope. They didn't come back. It seems that finding the holy medicine is not that easy after all. So where are they? Shijianan asked happily with a hint of loneliness on his face. As long as people are still alive, then everything is fine. Now that Shiheo has grown up like this, it also shows that a chosen person with supreme bones will not die so easily. The ancient sacred mountain. Shiheo said. The ancient sacred mountain. Shijianan was shocked. Do you know where Grandpa Zu is? Shiheo asked. The northeastern direction of Yuanji is extremely far away from the Stone Kingdom. The Teiku Sacred Mountain is the top group of forces in the entire Eight Wastes, and there must be many venerables sitting there. Shijianan said, Zyoshi, with your current level of cultivation, you must not go there, otherwise you will only die. I understand, Grandpa Zu. I still have a lot of things to do. I won't die. Let's go back. The village chief and the others are looking forward to your return. And Shi Qingfeng, from now on, you are my biological brother. There is a great opportunity for you in Shikun. Shiheo said, turning his eyes to the frail young man in front of him. I understand, little brother. Shi Qingfeng nodded quickly. Okay, then let's go back. But before going back, I need to clean up the house. As he said that, Shijianan's expression darkened, and then a terrifying aura emerged from his body, and a spear condensed out. You evil servants, as people from my second ancestral land, have actually become the lackeys of Prince Yu's mansion, making no distinction between master and servant. And you want to destroy your master. You deserve death. Behead. Shijianan was so angry that he had held it in for too long. It exploded here and now, and his pupils were on fire. In the past, due to his physical condition, he could not take action, and could only let others do this. But now he is in good health, and can live a new life. I will definitely not let this bunch of damn white-eyed wolves go. Thump, thump, thump. The evil servants of the second ancestral land were so frightened that they knelt down. Ancestor, we were wrong. All of this was caused by Prince Yu's mansion deceiving us and not caring about our business. Yes, this is all the fault of Prince Yu's mansion. Please, ancestor, spare our lives. All. The evil servants were frightened and begged for mercy. Shijianan snorted coldly and stopped talking nonsense. The spear in his hand was waved, and a bolt of lightning flashed from everyone's neck in an instant. The next second, the heads of all the evil servants were chopped off. Blood spurts. They all fell to the ground. Although the scene is bloody, it is heart-wrenching. Seeing this scene, Shiheo also had a complicated look in his heart. After all, he was still a child of a few years old. The killing of the two people in Prince Yu's mansion just now made him feel a little confused. The weak Shi Qingfeng was so frightened that he fell to the ground, his face turning pale. They deserved death. The moment they sacrificed their lives for Prince Yu's mansion, they should have thought that such a day would come. Being afraid doesn't require any psychological burden. This is also inevitable on your growth path. As long as you take the step of killing and seeing blood, everything will fall into place. This is also the only way to become a strong person. Shijianan exudes the aura of a prince and has the unparalleled power of a god of war. Stand tall and proud of everything. Grandpa Eighth is right. Let's go back. Shiheo nodded and quickly adapted. Shi Qingfeng stood up. Just when they were about to get on the horse chasing the wind and leave, in front of them, a hole appeared. This is it. A powerful enemy is coming. Shijianan's expression changed drastically, and he felt a terrifying aura from inside the cave in trance. He became serious instantly. able to tear apart the void and create a void. This is an absolutely powerful existence. At least he can't do it now that he's reached the formation realm, but after resurrecting his life and absorbing and refining the medicinal power of the treasure pill, his cultivation level directly rushed from the late stage of the inscription realm to the late stage of the array realm. Next, you just need to carve the inscriptions and formations properly. When you go back at this moment, a familiar wave came from Shiheo's mind. Grandpa. 8th, this is not an enemy. It is the void wormhole created by my master in the first ancestral land. We only need to step into it to reach the first ancestral land directly. At this moment, Shiheo said excitedly. In fact, Huang Wei directly opened a wormhole in the first ancestral land for the opponent to reach the second ancestral land point, but he didn't do this because the journey was a simple experience for Shiheo. Now that the training has been completed, it won't be so troublesome to come back. Your master opened it. Shijianan was shocked. I didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying existence hidden in the first ancestral land. Not only Grandpa 8, the first ancestral land has changed a lot now. You will know the details when you and King Feng arrive. You will definitely be shocked. Shiheo said with a mysterious smile. After hearing what he said, I became even more curious about the first ancestral land. 3 people and 1 horse stepped directly into it. Space wormhole news at the same time. In Prince Yu's mansion, they had received the news of the death of those 2 people. Whether it's that Zioshi or not, we must kill him and go immediately to find the first ancestral land of Shi country. They must be there. Find them and destroy them. A gloomy and solemn voice sounded in the secret room of Prince Yu's mansion. In front of him, there was a woman and a middle-aged man wearing blue clothes. Yes, chapter 365. Refining the lower realm, the invisible upper realm returning to the first ancestral land. Shiheo was very excited to see the familiar characters in front of him. What seemed like a short day actually passed for several days. This also means that he has not seen his master for many days. Under Shiheo's introduction, Shi King Feng and Shi Jianan got to know the person in front of them. Seeing this scene, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. This person in front of me is so scary. He is as hidden as a mortal in his cultivation, but it gives people a vast and vigorous power. Such a man of God. Greetings quickly and respectfully. After the salute here, they met with the village chief Shi Yunfeng and his party. It was a rare reunion with old friends, and everyone was talking and laughing. Tonight, the women are preparing a banquet to celebrate the return of their tribe. The next day, Shi Yunfeng took out one of the most precious treasures of the ancestral land. The chapter on the secret of moving blood. Then use the natural materials and earthly treasures found in various treasure houses that meet the above to assist. Shi King Feng only spent a day before entering the blood moving realm. The content of the chapter on the supreme blood movement was also imprinted on the other party's mind. After that, you just need to follow the practice. Shi Jianan was very happy that his grandson had entered the blood moving realm. It's your turn, old man. Next is your baptism. Feel it well, Shi Yunfeng said as he took the other party to the baptismal sanctuary of the ancestral land. This place was opened by the Yellow Emperor himself. The space will always follow the first ancestral land and will not move apart. It is very solid and balanced and has the effect of hiding the secrets of heaven. Here, there is a huge medicine cauldron. It is the holy cauldron of chaos. Naturally, Huang Di would not give such a heaven-opening treasure to Shikan, but would just keep it here temporarily. Without his promise, no one can move it. Unless someone with a stronger cultivation than him comes at this time, it is impossible to find it. You have to come down to this perfect world from the true God of heaven. Looking at the unfamiliar medicine cauldron in front of him with its vast golden aura, Shi Jianan's pain suddenly shrank. This space is the absolute baptismal holy land of our first ancestral land. It was opened by the Yellow Emperor himself. It is absolutely safe. The medicine cauldron in front of us is called the Holy Cauldron of Chaos. It is the supreme treasure of the heaven. Everyone in our village, his baptism was performed on it. There is boiling fierce blood inside. You just need to take the moment of PO and pill to enter it. Inside, there will be an opportunity for you to break through to the realm of the venerable. After hearing what village chief Shi Yunfeng said, Shi Jianan's shocked Face continued to be shocked. I didn't expect that the foundation of the first ancestral land was so terrifying. After he returned to the first ancestral land, the moment he saw the changes in the ancestral land in the 4 ancient divine fire beasts, he already had a great understanding of the ancestral land. In his opinion, such an ancestral land should have reached its strongest level. But I didn't expect that there is such a place and treasure. It makes people gasp when they hear it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318. Why don't you let King Feng come too? At this time, Shi Jianan asked puzzledly. King Feng has just entered the blood-moving realm and swallowed the Piyuan pill. He needs to stabilize his foundation and cultivation for a period of time before coming back. But you are different. You are already experienced. Shi Yunfeng explained with a smile. So, let's not waste time and get started. I can't wait. Shi Jianan clenched his fists and said. They did not expect that in the village now, except for the group of children. The adults with the lowest cultivation level, including women, all had the realm of venerables. It's really terrible. If someone with no eyesight comes in and makes trouble, they will definitely die. Yes, after everyone in Shikan inherited the gods, they entered the Wombing Pavilion and received a novice gift package. In addition, they practiced under the blessing of the law of time in the Wombing realm. Now, except for children, everyone in Shikan has started in the realm of the venerable. Shi Jianan took the Piyuan pill and entered the Chaos Holy Cauldron. The Piyuan pill he took was very different from the one he took before. This Piyuan pill is specially tailor-made for people undergoing baptism. Shi Yunfeng squeezed the magic formula and injected a bit of the power of the venerable, and the Chaos Holy Cauldron started to work automatically. In the baptism space, a ray of light gathered at the top and finally shot into the alchemy furnace below. Then all you have to do is wait. A figure cut through the void and came outside the boundary. In front of him was a planet similar to a prison in the netherworld. It's just that these planets are bleak. After a quick glance, I didn't find any life forms. The abandoned planet, the cultivation rules were incomplete, and he instantly lost interest. Huang Wei looked at the sphere in front of him that contained only life. Outside this void world, there is a layer of shackles on the top that places the passage to the 3000 Dao continent in the upper realm. Huang Wei soared into the sky and wanted to break through. The power of the tyrannical immortal emperor was concentrated and bloomed, easily broke the shackles of the upper realm's passage. I originally thought I could see a new world, but the scene in front of him surprised and puzzled him. What he saw was nothingness. Nothing. System, what's going on? Why isn't there 3000 Dao continent here? He immediately asked the system. The system replied, because the world that the host traveled to is the anim version. The upper world has not yet appeared in the anim, so it is completely void. Then, why can Liu Shen go? Huang Wei was dumbfounded. The system said, because she was originally a creature of this world, entangled in cause and effect. But you, the host, are not. You are just an outsider. Huang Wei frowned and asked, so you mean that I can only wait in the 8 wastelands for people from the upper world to come automatically, but I can't find them when I go up there? Yes. The system's answer instantly left Huang Wei speechless. Fuck. Huang Wei was dumbfounded. Forget it, since the ending is already determined. There won't be anything if it doesn't happen. From now on, I will kill every person from the upper world who comes down. From now on, in a perfect world, the lower world will be his dojo. So he returned and set his sights on the nether sphere as a prison. Let me refine you, completely replenish the laws, and become a continent truly suitable for cultivation. Huang Wei thought of this and subconsciously made a plan. He raised his hand a little, and the tyrannical power of the immortal emperor spread out, and a core blooming with bright green light appeared, which was the most precious Xuanwu heart. The Xuanwu heart enveloped the entire lower realm. The power of the immortal emperor spread again, covering all the secrets of heaven. Outside the boundary, Huang Wei stood cross-legged, and with the help of Xuanwu heart, he integrated the entire planet into his body. He did not refine it with Hunji. Instead, it is refined separately, using the power of the Avenue Roulette and the 3 seals of heaven, earth and man to help pull this power over. Pull out the broken laws that originally belonged to the lower realm and begin to fill the vacant space. No one feels the changes in the lower realm. Those in the upper world couldn't notice the change. By the time they discovered it, they had already lost control of the lower realm. It's not up to them to decide whether they can get in or not. Even if they could enter, Huang Wei must have let them in deliberately. Chapter 366. Bahuang World. Wandering around Prince Wu's mansion in the vast wilderness, endless ferocious beasts are boiling. Here, there is a stone village that is growing rapidly and quietly. Shihao, who had accomplished his studies, entered the virtual god realm with the others with the help of Huang Wei healing Shen. Just like in the original work, Shihao quickly showed his terrifying talent and broke all the records in the virtual god realm. Suddenly he became a famous person in the virtual god world. And the name he used was Shihao. Shihao's name was known to everyone in the virtual god realm. People from the God of War Academy, Butian Pavilion and other forces also came here to invite Shihao to join them. However, Shihao did not agree. I just accepted their admission invitation. Today, the children of Shikan who are still in the realm of Cave Heaven are practicing the chapter of Taishang Cave Heaven mysteries. Try to constantly break through and reach more caves. Now that so much time has passed, Shihao has opened up 20 caves. He is worthy of being the protagonist's genius and is naturally extraordinary. There are still 13 left to complete the 33 caves. He continued to suppress his cultivation and failed to break through to the spirit transformation realm. Instead, he kept pressing. In the virtual god realm, a girl dressed in red came this day. Calling herself Huolinger. She was followed by the rest of the people wearing Fire Nation costumes. In this way, 2 people destined to meet each other met. Relying on the cultivation level of Huang Wei, Immortal Emperor, he is invincible in the world. Soon the entire lower realm was refined and became the big world in his body. At the same time, the whole world returns to the light and everything revives. The filling of the law of order makes everything in this cage perfect. The upper world also lost control of this world. At the same time, he also closed the passage to the upper world and the passage down from the upper world. In other words, with him here, Shihao in this life does not need to suffer as much as in the original work. Let's develop well in this world. As he perfected it, the level of cultivation in this world increased rapidly. At the same time, all the upper realms lost contact with the spiritual bodies of the lower realms. This is already the case with the spiritual body in the lower world. From this moment on, the spiritual body is one's own self and is no longer someone else's spiritual body. You can be yourself. Within Bahuang, those spiritual bodies were the first to have a premonition of the great changes in the world and were very confused about this. Could it be that those in the upper world took action? Why didn't they receive the message from the main body? Just about to try to contact. Suddenly his face changed drastically because he couldn't be contacted. Somehow, everything in the lower world is cut off from the upper world. The lower realm is a complete lower realm, and there is no such thing as an upper realm. In an instant, all the spiritual bodies panicked. They tried to return to the upper world, but without exception, they all failed. In the medicine capital, within the medicine sect, the ancient double-eyed girl who discovered this first kept opening cracks in the void, but was unable to get out, and could only move in the lower realm. And she couldn't get in touch with the people she wanted to get in touch with. Everything has changed. With the rich vitality of heaven and earth, the laws of this world have been completed. I feel that my own realm is no longer a bottleneck. Can I break through? What on earth is going on? Which is the handiwork of the most powerful person? Or is it short-lived? Buy us some more time. The ancient girl with double pupils looked at the sky, and under the observation of her pupils, while the whole world was undergoing huge changes, it was also sublimation. The world is about to improve. That's probably a good thing too. Now, I'm unable to open a passage into the upper world. It seems that I need to discuss the situation with the other upper world spirits. At this moment, even she didn't know what happened. We can only turn around, open up a crack in space, and enter inside. Fortunately, I can still use this ability in this world. That would be a lot easier. Huang Wei held the entire lower realm with one hand. Chapter 319. From now on, you will be called Huang World. The faint words are like the decree of heaven descending. The planet that was originally without much vitality in his hands now bloomed with brilliant life energy. With the help of the 3 seals of heaven, earth and man, he completely repaired the incomplete world. For him, it was just something that came easily. Raising his hand in the air, a necklace of order appeared, merging the order of the chaotic world with it. Although it is not completely integrated into the mixed world, but Huang World can also continue to improve. Currently, the ultimate state that can be cultivated on this planet is the pinnacle of the human realm, the pinnacle of the supreme realm. Cultivation in the human realm, moving blood, cave to heaven, spirit transformation, inscription, formation, venerable divine fire, true one, holy sacrifice, got, virtual path, kill me, escape one. Supreme point cultivation in the realm of immortality, true immortal, immortal king, immortal emperor. As the planet continues to improve, it will also grow, as will its internal structure, and the continents, seas, etc. will become more numerous and larger various. Strange species have also been introduced here from the chaotic world. The fortunes of the 2 worlds began to blend with each other. After the Huang world grows up, it can be directly integrated with the chaotic world. At that time, the Huang world can step into the realm of immortality. Huang Wei has given Chicken a lot, enough for them to continue to grow. Next, he left his spiritual body and went to the Huang world alone. As the first stop, he chose to visit Prince Wu's mansion. The place where his apprentice's bones were dug up. Outside Prince Wu's mansion, a figure appeared out of thin air. There is no powerful aura, just a mortal standing here. Prince Wu's mansion is very big, grand and spectacular. His appearance did not attract anyone's attention, because he appeared out of thin air and made no sound. Even the 2 guards standing outside Prince Wu's mansion had already seen Huang Wei the moment they saw him. How he came, neither of them noticed at all. Who is this person in front of me? Does he smell like a mortal? I didn't find where he came from. It was like he appeared out of thin air. It's really strange. The 2 of them whispered to each other, picked up the spears in their hands, pointed it at the visitor, and shouted, Prince Wu's mansion, everyone, wait for me to stop, otherwise our guns will not have eyes. But the next second, their expressions changed in shock, because their bodies could not move, and they could not even speak. It was like something was suppressing them. This most intuitive feeling comes from the young man in front of me. Huang Wei ignored them and entered Prince Wu's mansion directly, wandering around here as if it were his own home. Wherever he passed, everyone who saw it was immediately suspended. Same as the doorman. While wandering around, the elders in Prince Wu's mansion happened to see the stranger just about to activate the power, interrogate the other party, and make the other party stop their progress. But the next second, a scene appeared that made their faces look horrified. I saw the other party wave his hand gently. All of them were lying on the ground as helpless as sinners. What kind of power is this? It's so scary. They tried to operate the formation realm's cultivation, constantly impacting, but the whole process was like a mayfly shaking a tree, overestimating their own capabilities. Chapter 367. The ancestor of the venerable realm. Senior, who are you? Is it possible that our Prince Wu's mansion has offended our seniors? If there is any, please tell me directly, senior, and don't humiliate me like this. I am willing to apologize. These clan elders spoke one after another, and they understood the situation clearly. Really very pessimistic. Even their ancestors were not that ridiculously strong. In front of their ancestors, they could at least resist a little if they joined forces, but facing this strange young man, they had no ability to resist at all. I kept trying to attack, but in the end it was of no use. Guilty people, please lie down. Huang Wei looked at the scenes inside and outside Prince Wu's palace quietly and said calmly. Then the figure disappeared and came to a secret room. There are 2 flames burning in this secret room, as well as 2 stone beds. There is Shiheo's blood on it. This must be the place where his disciples' bones were dug out. As soon as the immortal emperor thought, the scene in front of him was like going back in time. A scene from history occurred. I saw a woman holding a knife and fiercely stabbing into the middle of Shiheo's ribs, digging out the bones without any use of drugs. The method was cruel. Xiaoshi kept waiting there. The pain was excruciating. But Shi, who had double eyes, sat on another stone bed and watched this scene indifferently. Finally, a man dressed all in black got the bones and transplanted them into the middle of Shi's ribs. Shiheo, on the other hand, directly became a frail baby. Huang Wei murmured. His face suddenly darkened. I have seen countless bloody plots in my previous life, but now that I see the reality, it is still so bloody. I hate this kind of bullshit the most. Forget it. If it is used to train Shiheo, I can directly raise the Prince Wu's mansion and Prince Yu's mansion to the ground right now. This is Shiheo's disaster. Let him bulldoze it after he becomes stronger and take revenge. Revenge with your own hands is the most satisfying thing. Thinking of this, Huang Wei waved his hand, and the miserable scene in front of him disappeared, and the surroundings changed back to how they were when he first entered. As long as he wanted to, he could directly raise his hand and go deep into the crack in the void and press the position of Yuang Mansion, and the entire Yuang Mansion would become a ruin. After cleaning up the stained bloods on the stone table, he turned around and closed the door and left. When he appears again, open the stone door in front of you. Here, a group of people were imprisoned. This group of people are all from Shiheo's lineage. Because of the turmoil in Prince Wu's mansion, the ancestor arrested and imprisoned everyone in this lineage. Taking into account the reasons for being a member of the same clan, it was not treated as a shock kill. When people inside saw Huang Wei coming in, they all thought he was a stranger. Who are you and why can you come in here? You sent by the royal family of the Stone Kingdom. At this time, a middle-aged man who was imprisoned in the middle, with his hands tied to the left and right, and whose cultivation was sealed, with white hair that was as long as a lion, raised his head, looked at the person coming, and asked. The other clan elders also focused their attention on Huang Wei. Heo is in the first ancestral land, and you are from that lineage. I will let you out now. Looking around here, Huang Wei said lightly. After saying that, all the chains on everyone's bodies were broken. Immediately, a powerful force emerged from everyone. They were given a new lease of life. Senior, could it be that the Shiheo you just mentioned is the Zealing couple's Xiaoshi? The white-haired old man walked up quickly, cupped his hands, and asked. Not bad. Huang Wei nodded. Other clan elders also came over and asked. You must be from the first ancestral land. I wonder who you are. I am Shiheo's master. This is the location of the first ancestral land. You should leave as soon as possible. As for the matter of Prince Wu's mansion and Prince Yu's mansion, Shiheo will solve it himself in the future. This is his disaster. The debt owed to him by Prince Wu's palace will be paid back when the time comes. Huang Wei didn't hide anything and said it directly. I see. Thank you for your help. Then we will set off to the first ancestral land now. Prince Wu's mansion didn't distinguish between black and white and imprisoned us. It was really abominable. It's okay not to wait here. The clan elders spoke one after another. However, at this moment, a graceful female figure ran and she also heard what she just said. Who are you? After seeing the visitor, the white-haired old man spoke directly. The graceful woman in front of me looks familiar. It turns out it's you. Ammon has met all the clan elders. After the woman ran over, she saluted respectfully. Please also ask all clan elders to take Ammon to the first ancestral land. I miss Master Shi so much. I can't stay in Prince Wu's mansion now. Ammon then immediately asked. I see. Of course there is no problem. Man, just go with us. The white-haired old man nodded happily. Ammon, a woman back then, also made great contributions. Go quickly. Huang Wei turned around and left slowly. The white-haired old man everyone led to Prince Wu's mansion. As he passed by, he happened to see the elders of Shi Yi's clan who were suppressed and lying on the ground. Don't run away. Save us. After seeing this group of people, the suppressed clan elders made difficult requests. Chapter 320. No matter what evil things they have done before. Haha, you did what you did before, and now you still have the nerve to beg us. Do you think I can save you? Stop talking nonsense to these beasts. Let's leave quickly. The white-haired old man looked at this group of people coldly. It was entirely his own fault. It must have been suppressed by their excellency just now. They got horses and quickly left Prince Wu's mansion. At this moment, a powerful aura of the venerable came from Prince Wu's mansion. Ha ha ha. I finally broke through to the realm of the venerable. Shizongshin, I'm still better than you. A ray of light rose from the depths of Prince Wu's mansion, illuminating the entire Prince Wu's mansion. This aura made everyone in this group feel an awe. An old man's shadow walked through the air. He stood with his hands behind his back, his face full of joy. This is the realm of the venerable, and it is indeed not comparable to the realm of formation. It's really God who helps me. The energy in this world has become more intense. This is my opportunity. This person is the ancestor of Prince Wu's mansion. Ancestor, great ancestor. The ancestor has broken through to the realm of the venerable. We are saved. Ancestor, help me, please help us. Countless voices below shouted quickly. The ancestor frowned, lowered his head and looked, and was immediately startled. Why are all my family members lying on the ground? But it looks like something is wrong. His eyes were fixed on the stranger Huang Wei. First of all, congratulations on your breakthrough to the realm of the venerable. However, the world has changed. The realm of the venerable is also an ant. You are still that fragile and now. Huang Wei looked at him and said quietly, bold, little Huang Cow, I will let you see the power of the venerable realm. Suppression. The ancestor looked furious and directly launched a suppressive offensive against Huang Wei. Chapter 368 Deduction. The vast venerable power suppressed him, but Huang Wei easily annihilated him with one shot. For a moment, there was silence. There happened to be a few crows flying across the sky. The ancestor even blushed and felt extremely humiliated. How can this be? I don't believe it. The world in the palm of your hand. The ancestor raised his palm and suppressed it directly. The huge palm fell with terrifying power. Huang Wei's eyes moved, and in the blink of an eye, a terrifying scene appeared. The world in the ancestor's palm collapsed like tofu, and a gust of wind blew into the void. Gilu, everyone in Prince Wu's mansion was speechless after seeing this scene, leaving only one thought in their hearts. Damn it, how could it be so scary? Your Excellency, who are you? Why did you come to my Prince Wu's mansion? If there is anything wrong with Prince Wu's mansion, please give me a quote. We will do our best to make up for it. The ancestor quickly put away his momentum. His body trembled a little, and he raised his hands and asked. Even his voice couldn't control the trembling when he spoke. After 2 trials, the venerable struck with all his strength, and the opponent was wiped out as easily as he was beaten into tofu paste. Anyone who is not a fool can understand that only people with a strong enough realm can do this. If he were also in the venerable realm, he would still be far from being able to do this. Could it be that the person coming is a legendary divine fire realm that only the ancestors of the Stone Kingdom have reached? So he gave in. Those who know the current affairs are heroes. You are too weak, and I don't even bother to take action. The mistakes you have made will soon be punished by the injured person himself. Huang Wei said, slowly turned around, and left Prince Wu's mansion step by step. His voice always echoed in the ears of everyone in Prince Wu's mansion. The mistakes we made. The ancestor frowned and watched the other party leave without making a move. Then he breathed a sigh of relief, and murmured, at this moment, the people from the Xiling couple's family were let go by him. At this time, the pressure in Prince Wu's mansion also disappeared. Those who had been suppressed stood up one after another. A clan elder quickly said to the ancestor, mistake. When the ancestor heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his expression changed. Supreme Bone Xiaoshi, where did they go? He immediately turned to look at the person below. I don't know. We were all suppressed by that person just now, and couldn't break free. Several clan elders and the rest of the army shook their heads. Be prepared. Some debts cannot be escaped. Now that I have reached the venerable realm, if Xiaoshi had not died, he would not have reached a very high realm. I would like to see how he takes revenge. The ancestor shook his head and closed his eyes, not wanting to think about these tedious things anymore. They come. The security. Take care of Prince Wu's mansion. My ancestor has been in seclusion for so long. It's time to come out. The Upper Realm. The Upper Realm at this moment, in the 3000 Dao continent, is extremely chaotic. Just before, a terrifying green figure appeared. Suddenly, many people died in the 3000 Dao continent. Then the figure quickly disappeared. Heading higher up above is the legendary fairyland. Liu Shen's resurrection and return will summon all those who followed her to launch revenge against the dark forces outside the realm, as well as against some enemies in the fairy realm at the same time. The quasi-immortal emperors in their respective areas sensed this scene and opened their eyes one after another. She actually became a quasi-immortal emperor. It seems like this time we have something to play with. At the same time, everyone took action within the 3000 Dao continent. People from the Butian sect, the Jishan sect, the ancient god mountain and other forces all found themselves out of control of the 8 realms of the lower realm. One after another. During the practice, they opened their eyes that had been closed for many years. How could this happen? Why did we lose contact? This is a big variable. The power is a matter of fact, so I plan to take action in person and go to the passage into the lower realm. All of a sudden, a group of people arrived at the boundary membrane of the lower world to check it out. Many old friends met at this time. They all understood the other party's intention, and there was not so much nonsense. Directly aim at the teleportation array of the boundary membrane. Here are the guards of their family. But now it's all gone. All traces of this place are gone. It's like it never existed. Such changes caused everyone's complexion to change drastically. Disappeared. The 8 lower realms have disappeared, and outside the boundary membrane, there is an invisible chain of order that prevents us from exploring and entering. Let's all work together to break it. The person who used such a method is not simple. Are you sure you want to be implicated in this terrible cause and effect? Just when everyone agreed with the words of the leader of the Butian sect and was preparing to attack, the leader of the Jishan sect suddenly reminded them. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was silent for a moment. I can't contact my spiritual body in the lower world. I feel the same as now, as if I've never had it before. The Lord of the ancient sacred mountain looked solemn and said. The others also nodded. Let me do some calculations and see if I can get a result. An old man sacrificed the treasure and started to deduce, but just as he was deduce, his pupils suddenly widened, and then a mouthful of old blood spurted out, directly suffering the backlash, and his vitality declined to the extreme. The body fell from mid-air. What the? Expressions of everyone here changed drastically. Old man Shenji actually suffered such terrible retaliation. This is a leader level power, and he became like this, dead in an instant. The old man Shenji threw away the treasure in his hand, and the treasure also shattered and completely lost its luster at this time. Big, terrible, cannot be deduced. PFFT. Chapter 321. A terrible backlash appeared on the old man Shenji, and his life was taken away in an instant. At this point, a leader level power fell under the eyes of all the leaders. The reason for the fall was the backlash caused by a deduction. Everyone gasped. I retreated crazily, broke out in cold sweat, and was terrified. Looking at the chains outside the boundary membrane again, I was suddenly frightened. This is not a chain, this is a lifeline. The Lord of the ancient sacred mountain trembled. It seems that I can't get back the precious medicine I planted in the lower world. Sealing this place. The 8 realms must have been killed. We in the upper world must be prepared to deal with the great terror. However, just when they turned around to leave, Huang Wei, who was in the world of 8 desolations, raised his head slightly in the Stone Kingdom. Now that you're here, don't leave. The Emperor's life is too long to deduce. Now it's better. One of them died as an immortal emperor. Just now, he sensed that someone had deduced it and suffered a terrible backlash. The treasure was shattered and fell on the spot. Immediately afterwards, he sensed the message coming back from the necklace, sealed on the upper street boundary membrane. He tapped slightly. The necklace of the upper realm opened, and the necklace of order directly broke through the boundary membrane and shot directly towards the group of living leaders. The calamity of the 8 realms was caused by important people from the upper realm, but now it is important people from the lower realm, and the people from the upper realm are going down. Chapter 369. The Order Necklace arrests people. No, this necklace has moved. Stop talking nonsense. Its target is us. Let's take action together. The powerful leaders of the leader panicked. They have been using the Order Necklace to catch criminals from the lower world. When was it their turn to be caught now? Taking action is the most powerful killing move. But it's no use. It was broken through in an instant. The necklace soon wrapped around them. They kept resisting, and no one who was entangled could escape successfully. All were pulled into the boundary membrane. No. Before entering, they quickly used communication symbols to record the situation here and send it back to various forces immediately afterwards. All the dozens of people here were dragged inside. Within the boundary membrane, it disappeared into the upper realm. The membrane is restored and the necklace is hidden. This side also became extremely quiet. The only thing left was the dead old man Chen Xin lying on the ground. When the old god machine falls, a new one will be born. The lower realm, the 8 desolate worlds necklaces brought them here, and then they were suppressed to the boundary of the planet. The Order Necklace is devouring their power used to return the original to the world of Huang. Feeling the loss of power and the loss of life, these people panicked. They never thought that, if they came to see the situation, they would be involved. If he had known about it early in the morning, he would not have come even to death. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. Some just die painfully. This Order Necklace, like it's free of charge, is sucking the power out of us like crazy. If we can't hold it for long, we will fall. What should we do? What to do? How do I know what to do? This place looks familiar. Isn't it the edge of the criminal world? So, this place is Sin's. How? Suddenly, they all discovered that the place where they were suppressed turned out to be a familiar place. What on earth happened here? Someone come and save us. Heaven, earth. But unfortunately, no one paid attention to them. They are suppressed here like this, like nourishment, and they are sucked in crazily to supply this world. Soon there was a leader level powerful man who couldn't hold on and died. The body was shriveled to the point of a dead tree. The people watching were all frightened. I can contact my spirit body. Maybe they have a way. I've been contacted too. Suddenly someone shouted, followed by another one after another. The god master of the ancient sacred mountain, the leader of the Jishan sect, and the leader of the Butian sect are all contacting their spiritual bodies. Sure enough, I got in touch. As for the spiritual bodies in the Bahuang world, I originally thought that they had separated from their spiritual identities, but unexpectedly, they were reunited within a few days of being happy. His face suddenly didn't look good either. However, at this moment, an idea appeared in the minds of all spiritual bodies. The main body is in trouble. The next thing is, as long as the main body dies, then they are the main body. This idea was specially conveyed to them by Huang Wei. Just let them take that step. No one wants to be someone's doppelganger. Everyone wants to be themselves. I don't want to be controlled by others, and I don't want to listen to others, and be at all that can die at any time for a certain conspiracy. So here we are. They all flew towards the direction of the sensing body. Seeing the arrival of the spiritual body, those main bodies were extremely happy. Save us quickly. What the hell happened? First, the main body roared hurriedly, and then the spirit bodies were shocked. Seeing the body's energy draining away rapidly and becoming extremely weak, it seems like an ordinary knife can kill them now. At this moment, the hypnotized will of the spiritual body appeared again. His eyes became sharp. We are not spirits. We are who we are. Us. It's the main body. The spirit body shouted in a low voice, and then used its strongest means to shoot towards the head of the main body. No. What are you doing, spiritual body, since you betrayed us? How can this be? Stop. Stop. Phew. 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 In an instant, blood flowed out from the edge of the 8 wilderness realm, staining the ground with blood. Everyone's main body is dead. At the moment of death, all the bodies of the main body were sucked dry and turned into shriveled corpses. All the energy essence was reflected back into the Bahuang world. Since the spirit body personally killed the main body, they also received feedback. The levels have been improved one after another. This is the result that Huang Wei is satisfied with. The next moment, all the spiritual bodies came back to their senses. At this moment, they were all familiar with it. You look at me, I look at you. Look at the scene in front of you again. The expressions of all the spiritual bodies changed drastically. Did we do this? We actually killed the main body with our own hands. They gasped and looked at the hands and the murder weapon on the corpse, filled with disbelief. We have to hide this matter in our hearts and not say it out loud. Just pretend that we have never seen the main body and we never know what happened. The spiritual body of the God Lord of the ancient sacred mountain said in a low voice. Everyone understands this truth. When the spirit body kills the main body, it is a horrifying thing to spread. After they nodded, they put the main body back into the cave. Completely erase everything here. Chapter 322. From now on, we are who we are, neither the main body nor the spiritual body. These spiritual bodies looked at each other and spoke. Then they all left and returned to where they came from. Everything here has never happened. And in the upper world, because the leader is gone, there was chaos. None of them could believe this fact. People from various disappearing forces sent people with positions such as deputy leader to come to the place mentioned by the communication symbol, boundary membrane. When they came here, they only saw a shriveled corpse. After identification, I immediately discovered that this person was old man Chen Xin. Everyone looked shocked. This is a powerful person at the level of a leader, and he is so shriveled up to death. What's going on? There is no chance of life in the body. It's really terrible. Pavilion Master, the deputy master of the Shenji Pavilion, rushed up and quickly picked up the corpse of the master. Check for injuries. Looking at the treasure on the ground, it was broken and completely useless, became trash. For a moment, I felt a little lost. He quickly put the corpses and treasure waste into the cave. Everyone, according to the description on the communication token, they were captured by the order necklace. What do we do now? The deputy master of Shenji Pavilion said. What can we do? It says above that we should not come. Why don't you all come over to find out what's going on? But even the leader level power has fallen, and it's so silent. The other parties must be super scary, so we won't get involved. At this time, someone left. For some, the leader's death is not necessarily a bad thing. They can take the throne. And everyone's leader is gone. In essence, everyone's strength is still about the same. Chapter 370. The Qinglang Ancient Sword and the unrest caused by the Piu and Pill done. Huang Wei raised the corners of his mouth, clapped his hands, and left. He wandered around the Stone Kingdom, where there were crowds of people, including gods and goddesses from all walks of life. I bought a candied horse and ate it. This thing is really weird. It can be found in any world. It belongs to the real goods circulating in the heavens and the world. It tastes really good. Today, it seems that activities are still being held in the Stone Kingdom. In the great square of the royal family. At this moment, a girl and another man were fighting. The fight was in full swing. People watching the theater around shouted, hit him, beat her, averted, damn, what a powerful swordsmanship, get out of the way, it's going to spread to the outside. After taking a look along the way, Huang Wei suddenly lost interest. As I walked, I came to the auction pavilion. You can walk in directly. There must be about a dozen people inside. They are all standing, but there are seats on the second floor. Just in time, this auction has started. Step into the crowd. The person presiding over the auction was a tall, long-haired woman in red. Let's see if there are any good things. I won't need them, but I can take them back to Zhao Haozi and the others, and as long as there is one piece, when I put it in the super laboratory, there will be countless pieces. He thought to himself, welcome to the auction. We have some pretty good treasures here today. Without further ado, I will auction the first item. This treasure is called the Qinglang Ancient Sword. Although it looks shabby, it is very powerful. After our analysis, although it has a long history, it is an absolutely powerful weapon. The starting price is 10,000 gold coins. Each bid increase must not be less than 1,000 gold coins. On the stage, a long knife appeared, but it was severely rusted and damaged. You can't see the divine power, but you can know the sharp murderous aura. This knife is indeed good, but I'll give it to you, since I can't use it. A man in the crowd said jokingly. Everyone is not a fool, and they don't think there is anything wrong with this broken knife. At this moment, on the second floor, a man in black raised his hand and said, 11,000 gold coins. Giggle. Although this sword is seriously damaged, its sharp edge has not diminished. The user is definitely a major repairman with a high level of cultivation. We also detected a trace of the aura of the venerable on him, the host said quickly. Seeing that no one was enthusiastic, she decided to add fuel to the fire. At this point, everyone in the venue became excited. Then, I'll pay you 12,000. Is there any remnant of the venerable's aura? Great. I'll pay you 13,000. 20,000. The man in black above shouted coldly. The whole place was silent. Under the mask, the man in black glared at the host. This bitch, he talked a lot of nonsense. If not, he could have won it for 11,000. It's still used a lot now. But the background of this auction house is not simple, and he is not only hands-on. Anyway, the one with the highest price gets it. If someone really takes a photo of it, they will be chased after they leave the house. Below, Huang Wei could tell at a glance that the knife in front of him was extraordinary. What is the aura of the venerable? It was obviously attached to it after killing the venerable. And this knife is not complete. It is a broken fragment, and it actually contains a trace of immortality. He was surprised and curious. Is this broken knife so awesome? I want this knife. Huang Wei came out and said, how much money do you plan to pay, young master? The host looked at Huang Wei and was immediately fascinated by the other person's beauty. He immediately came back to his senses and asked. The rest of the people, as well as the distinguished guests on the second floor, also watched. Who is this person? He's trying to steal something from me. This young master is so handsome. It would be great if you could capture him and become my husband. The distinguished guests on the second floor were all murmuring. Some were unhappy and angry, and some pursed their lips in interest. I don't have money, but I have a lot of treasures. As he said that, Huang Wei stretched out his hand, and a Piyuan pill appeared. This is the Piyuan pill. It has the effect of improving the monk's qualifications, solidifying the foundation, and the ability to repair all injuries. The price is very high, but it's not of much use to me. Suddenly, 5 appeared in his hand. These are the backward products of several generations before him. Now he has given up production. However, because too many were mass produced before, this backward version of Piyuan Dan has as many as several basketball courts. Just throw it there like garbage. Not just this, but every generation. But it's not a big problem, because he has too many spatial positions, the kind that can't be used up at all. Although it is a backward product, if you take it out and put it here, it will still be like a treasure. The fragrance of elixir instantly filled the entire auction room. Garbage is only for Huang Wei. For these people it is a treasure. It smells so good. What kind of elixir is this elixir? It has such terrifying quality and color, and there were 5 of them all at once. Chapter 323. On the second floor, an old man from the Shigo Alchemists Guild stopped stroking his chin beard and was extremely shocked. As a professional alchemist, you know elixirs best. So you can tell at a glance that the 5 pills in Huang Wei's hands are extraordinary. At the same time, he is also the guest alchemist of this auction house, specializing in identifying elixirs and medicinal materials. Good. Well, if the Piyuan pill is really as good as the young master said, it seems I need to get one. A seductive woman with 9 tails on the second floor pursed her lips and became interested. Who is this young man? Besides her, everyone else is also interested. Especially the man in black. His eyes were shining. I didn't expect that this boy has so many good things. Wait, when you get out, they will all be mine. He was thinking to himself, and now he was eager to try. If it weren't for the auction house's territory, he would grab it directly. How is it? Is it okay? Huang Wei looked at the beautiful host with a big mouth on the stage and asked. The beautiful host came back to her senses and said with an embarrassed look on her face, okay, sir, of course you can, but this is the first time we have heard of Piyuan Dan, and the effect is the same. I don't know whether it is true or false, and what is needed. I have a lot of this stuff, so let's do this. Eyelines give you one, or let the person who can decide the matter come out of your auction, and I'll give him one. Huang Wei said lightly. young master is so generous. Wait a minute. No need to look for it. I'm here. Just as the beauty host finished speaking, a voice came out. Everyone looked and saw an old man walking from the side. It was the alchemist who was on the second floor just now. Douluo. When the beautiful host saw this person, she quickly saluted respectfully. It can be seen that the old man in front of him has a very high status. It's him, Alchemist Shiju. He's a master of alchemy, famous in the Stone Kingdom. When the others saw the old man, they all recognized him. Hearing this, the old man's head got higher and higher. This is a capable person. Chapter 371 Nine-tailed Witch. I, Shiju, have met my little friend. Well, take it and eat it. This peon pill of mine is more than enough to buy the entire auction house, let alone these auction items. Huang Wei didn't talk too much and shot a yuan peidan in his hand to Shiju. Shiju quickly took it. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. He also knew that the elixir was a good thing, so he didn't eat it immediately when he took it. Instead, he kept looking at it and finally found that it was really a good thing and then ate it. The elixir turns into gas and enters the body instantly. His body suddenly straightened up. Closing his eyes, he fell into a very strange state of understanding. The changes on my body are also very big. After a while, he broke the mirror directly. Reached the formation level. Haha. I broke through. I am finally in the formation realm. Ju's eyes flashed. This peon pill is priceless. Young master, do you really want to exchange these auction items for teaching nature? I want all the items in the next auction, good or bad. Huang Wei once again had another peon pill in his hand, and a total of 5 pills were suspended in front of him. Okay, congratulations on the first auction item, the Qinglang Ancient Sword, being owned by this young master. Sir, please follow us to the VIPs on the second floor. As the Qinglang Ancient Sword came to Huang Wei, he put it away directly. Immediately afterwards, Mr. Shiju came to him in person and invited him. Huang Wei jumped in space, disappeared instantly, and came to a vacant position on the second floor. With the space skill of teleportation, this person's origin must be extraordinary. People who saw the goods at the scene saw the problem one after another. The man in black looked at Huang Wei and quickly put it away. He frowned under the mask and didn't know what he was thinking. The auction items continue to appear next. There are talismans, swords, protective gear, armor, gems, etc. All belong to Huang Wei. In an instant, all the people present became supporting characters. All the auction items today fell into Huang Wei's hands. He took out a peon pill and threw it to the beautiful host. The beautiful host knew that they had taken advantage of them, so she quickly smiled and bowed to thank them. The excitement was over and everyone dispersed. At this time, a nine-tailed girl walked towards Huang Wei. Master, please stay. A beautiful and charming voice sounded. Huang Wei knew about the other party's arrival early in the morning. He glanced at her, but said nothing. The nine-tailed girl quickly said, Master, can you exchange a yuan building pill with the little girl? It is really useful to me. The little girl is willing to exchange everything, the nine-tailed girl said, and quickly walked around Huang Wei, trying to use her charm to charm him. As my woman, I can give you the peon pill. Huang Wei looked at the other party's restless behavior, raised the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, well, young master is so direct that he makes others feel shy. But if the young master can really give the little girl a yuan building pill, the little girl can't agree to this condition. Of course, if the young master is willing to join the little girl's Jishan sect, that would be great. After all, your exposure of the treasure this time has attracted the attention of many interested people. When you leave this auction house, there will be a lot of trouble waiting for you, the nine-tailed girl said shyly. Her figure was still squirming. Deliberately pretending to be weak. Want to be pitied and loved. It doesn't matter. I will take action. Come here and I'll kill a few of them. After hearing this, Huang Wei's expression was unusually calm. He was a great god at the level of an immortal emperor. He came out of the mortal world to wander around and have fun. Was he really afraid of those who had evil intentions? Of course, the other party doesn't know this, which is understandable. Here you go. Forget about the Jishan sect. Anyway, the whole world is mine. Your Jishin sect is mine. And so are you. Little witch. Pei Yuan Dan floated to the nine-tailed girl's hand. The moment she got the Pei pill, a terrifying suction force sucked her whole body in. Huang Wei just put his arm around her shoulders and sniffed her body. If nothing else, although he is an immortal emperor, he is still a man. Although doing so would be very out of character for the immortal emperor, but it's not a big problem. For example, Black Dog, the opponent is still the giant immortal king. He is not as shameless and has not been a flying. All sneaky things can be done. Therefore, it is not wrong to say that a man will be a boy until he dies. The witch's expression changed and she was put on the shoulder. Normally, she would really seduce people and she would just leave for fun, but now she didn't expect to meet a powerful person. She couldn't get rid of the other party's hand no matter what. He is obviously just an ordinary person. Why does he have such terrifying power? After all, she is also a strong person in the formation realm. In the opponent's hands, she can be manipulated as easily as a little chicken. Even if Yu Chan comes, it will be quite embarrassing for me to watch. Sir, who are you? Can you let me go? As long as you let go of the Ren family, the Ren family can introduce you to a more beautiful fairy, the witch said pitifully. Ah, you talking about Yu Chan, Huang? When he took her towards the outside of the auction point, he said disapprovingly. The witch's expression changed again, as if she had been touched by a pain. Master, do you know her? No, in this case you must not be an ordinary person. The little girl has never seen you or heard of you in the 8 realms. Where are you from? Huang Wei turned to look at her. The two looked at each other. The witch's delicate body trembled violently. For some reason, she couldn't see through the person in front of her, and there was also a very terrifying power. In front of this person, I'm very small. I am the lord of the 8 desolate worlds, Huang Wei said lightly. I don't believe it. Stop lying. The witch pouted. She was not a 3-year-old child. Huang Wei knew that this was just a spiritual body of the real witch. Chapter 324. Now the spiritual body is isolated from the main body and cannot be contacted. So she is who she is. If you don't believe it yourself, take this Pei pill quickly and you will make a great discovery. You can eat it, but the little lady wants to ask if the young master is really the master of this world. Can he know about the things in the upper world and what has happened in this world recently? The witch asked. I want to get some useful information out of Huang Wei's mouth. This world has been sublimated. I have isolated the connection between the lower world and the upper world, so that your spiritual bodies transformed from the upper world's true body have completely lost contact. The upper world's true body has also lost contact with you. So, now you are not the spirit body, you are you. Huang Wei said in her ear. Feeling the heat sweeping through her and the input of information, the witch was stunned for a moment. The boss's eyes are wide open. You know all this? Are you also a person who came down from the upper world, or a powerful spiritual body? The witch asked. I told you that I'm the lord of the 8 wastelands. Huang Wei was too lazy to say any more, but at this moment, they left the auction, and a formation appeared in front of them, stopping them. Oh, there's a little mouse. Huang Wei smiled. Chapter 372. Batian Pavilion. Are you scared? I can save you seeing this scene, the witch said softly. You think I need your help? Huang Wei seemed to be smiling but not smiling. Well, the witch made no more noise, just quietly waiting for a good show to appear. After all, even her cultivation level at the formation level couldn't break free from the other party's grasp. She was obviously a very powerful being. Several flying swords were shot towards them. But just when it arrived in front of Huang Wei, it lost its force and fell to the ground as if it was soft. Hit me with these broken swords and broken formations. They're rubbish, but it's not bad to take them back and give me the little stone characters as toys. I want it. He raised his hand and waved, and several swords disappeared. As the sword disappeared, the formation also shattered in the next moment, killing this imitation sword formation so easily. This person is really scary, the witch thought after seeing this. What? At this moment, a black figure appeared, with a face full of shock and horror. Seeing how easily the opponent subdued several swords and broke the formation, you knew it was not easy. I didn't intend to carry it hard, so I turned around and ran away. Very anxious and panicked. He's here, so don't run away. Are the people from Prince Yu's mansion the traitor in the original novel? Let's take a look first. Seeing that the other party's escape technique had water attributes, he seemed to have thought of something and raised his hand slightly. Now Shiheo has changed, so I don't know whether he will still go to Batian Pavilion to study. But if the person in front of him was really Yufeng, then he would kill him directly. Living like this scum is a waste of resources. A light tap of your finger, the entire space came to a standstill. Feeling so which shocked. The fleeing man in black had a look of fear on his face. What's going on? Why can't my body move? Damn, time has been stopped around you. How is it possible? At what level can this be done? The man in black was really frightened, and his scalp was numb. Why do you want to kill people and steal goods, sir? Misunderstanding. I recognize the wrong person. He spoke. His body was pulled by a suction force, and a giant hand squeezed him. Tear off the mask. A more familiar face appeared. Huang Wei, he said, it is indeed you who is such a scumbag. You know me. Yufeng was completely dumbfounded. Why had he never seen the person in front of him when he took it? He didn't have it in his memory, but this person seemed to know him. I know you, but you don't know me. Well, you can go and die. No, Your Excellency, I'm from Prince Yu's mansion. If you kill me, Prince Yu's mansion will not let you go, Yufeng said in horror. There is also a threat. In his opinion, the problem can be solved by removing the trump card of Prince Yu's mansion. You're trying to scare me by moving out of Prince Yu's mansion? Soon all of you, Prince Rain's mansion, will come looking for you together. Huang Wei's face was expressionless, and then he squeezed. With a bang, Yufeng exploded. Blood mist splashed. But it was blocked by a barrier. Let's go, little fox. Huang Wei hugged the witch and left. The witch was now frightened. The other party was really scary. The other people who had hidden plans to take action against Huang Wei were also fearful after seeing Yufeng being easily dealt with, and left one after another. I don't dare to pay this attention again. But he could secretly tell the news to Prince Yu's mansion. Just think of it as a favor. That night, Huang Wei did not look like a gentleman. He directly pushed the witch down. The other party cried till death. Finally I fell asleep tiredly. After eating, Huang Wei left a god for the other party. Then he left this place and headed to Batian Pavilion. When she woke up the next day, the witch had a look of resentment on her face, and she just confessed. With a strange man. But at this moment, she sensed a new power in her mind. When she came back to her senses, she was pleasantly surprised. It seems that the changes in the lower realm now are really related to the other party. This is also a new opportunity for her. Within Batian Pavilion. Huang Wei just floated in without being noticed. As long as he doesn't intentionally reveal his breath to others, no one else will find him. Disciples of Batian Pavilion practice martial arts in the square. Within Batian Pavilion, 3 people gathered here. One is fat, one is strong, and one is thin. Elder Good said, Pavilion Master, according to the news, Yufeng was killed by a young man outside. When we found his body, it was all bloody. It's so tragic that even the whole body was not left intact. Why did this happen? The Pavilion Master said in a deep voice. Something happened to their Batian Pavilion disciples, so they naturally wanted justice. Moreover, Yufeng's qualifications are also very good, and he is also from Prince Yu's mansion. Elder Good said, he was wearing black clothes, and the incident happened outside the Shiguo auction house. According to the investigation, a strange man took all the things away yesterday. Do you think Yufeng's death will be related to that person has connections? If that's the case, Yufeng is probably the type who kills people and sells goods. Elder Lei snorted coldly and said, it's very possible that we have all received the news, and Prince Yu's mansion must have also received the news. The other party will come to talk to us about this matter today, which is just in time. Someone has already gone to negotiate at the auction house over there. Once Yufeng is found guilty of killing someone and stealing goods, there is no need to waste time. Such a person will really disgrace our Batian Pavilion. The pavilion master stood with his hands behind his hands and said with a frosty look on his face, "But no matter what, they feel in their hearts that they already know the truth. I hope not, and I don't hope he is either." Elder Calabash murmured with a low expression point. After receiving the news of Yu Feng's death last night, the people from Prince Yu's mansion were extremely angry and went to the auction house to find the answer. The deceased was indeed Yu Feng. After inquiries and investigations at the auction house, they also learned the cause and effect. It was very likely that he was actually killed and counterattacked. According to those who reported it, this may indeed be true. Today they sent people to Batian Pavilion to see if they could find the murderer. Together not long after Huang Wei entered, someone came to the Yuan mansion. The leader was a woman, followed by 2 male escorts. The person who came was none other than Yuzimo, the young lady from Prince Yu's mansion. He led the team over, took out the token, and walked into Batian Pavilion. Although Batian Pavilion is a very powerful force, Yuan Mansion is a force of the Stone Kingdom after all, and Batian Pavilion and Yuan Mansion are not hostile enemies, so they were naturally included. Moreover, there are also many disciples from Prince Yu's mansion in Batian Pavilion. Chapter 325. These people are all pawns placed by Prince Yu's mansion in Batian Pavilion. The purpose is to wait for Shen Teng to sit down and seize the divine seed. The people in Prince Yu's mansion are all a group of scheming people. Pavilion Master, Miss Yuzimo from Prince Yu's mansion is here with someone. In the pavilion, someone came in and reported. Let them come in and cut the tea. The pavilion master turned around and waved his hand. Elder Good and Elder Lei both sat aside and waited. The pavilion master stood still. Soon, people from Prince Yu's mansion came in outside. No matter what, as the leader of a pavilion, he is at the pinnacle of the formation realm, so he naturally has his own majesty. Chapter 373. Divine Vine Yuzimo has met the pavilion master and the 2 elders. After the girls came in, they all saluted the people in front of them. The same goes for the 2 guards behind him. After all, the person in front of them is more powerful than them. For the strong, one should have a heart of awe. Miss Zimo, please sit down and let's talk about the topic directly. The pavilion master nodded slightly, very satisfied with the attitude of the 3 people. After smiling slightly, he waved his hand gently and pointed to the chair next to him. Then he sat down first. Yuzimo sat down while the other 2 guards stood. Then they began to chat about Yu Feng's murder and death. Yuan Mansion, based on the information provided by passers-by. A picture of the biggest suspect was drawn. I brought all the drawings. The Yuan Mansion also issued a wanted order. The rewards are very rich. The person pictured on the wanted notice is none other than Huang Wei. After all, there were many people present at the auction that day. His appearance and figure are the most outstanding. Coupled with the heroic operation, it is even more memorable. It's no wonder that such a person would be robbed. Who told him to seek death and show off his wealth? The 3 of them looked at the person on the parchment and felt very strange. Miss Zimo, we will help with the investigation, but if Yu Feng is committing murder and selling goods, then we will not help. Such a person has disgraced the face of Batian Pavilion. What's more, he failed to kill someone and was killed instead, which is even more embarrassing. If word gets out, your Prince Yu's mansion won't be able to lose face, right? The pavilion master narrowed his eyes and looked at Yuzimo with a meaningful smile. From what the other party said just now, he knew that Yuzimo had not explained the entire situation to him. Intentionally or unintentionally avoiding the issue of killing and selling goods. Even if he really does this, he is still a disciple of Batian Pavilion. If word gets out, the disciples of Batian Pavilion die outside, and the people of Batian Pavilion ignore them. This will affect the prestige of the pavilion. Isn't it weakening? Yuzimo seemed to have been hit hard by the words. Her face was turning blue and white. She felt very embarrassed and guilty. She didn't know what to say, so she choked out these words. As soon as these words came out, the temperature in the entire pavilion dropped in an instant. Elder Hilu, Elder Lei, and the pavilion master all looked gloomy. A terrifying Arapic aura erupted from the pavilion master, heading towards Yuzimo, and said coldly, "Are you threatening us? Master, calm down. Miss, she didn't mean that." Seeing this scene, the 2 guards suddenly panicked and said urgently, This was a peak formation overhaul, and coupled with the power of Butian Pavilion, it was definitely not something they could fight against. Yuzumo also knew that she had said the wrong thing, and her face turned pale under the pressure of this terrible aura, and she immediately explained, "Yes, no, I didn't mean that, Pavilion Master, HMPH, it's best not. Do you really think that Butian Pavilion is easy to bully? If there is nothing else, the three of you please leave. We will pay attention to Yu Feng's matter. Sorry for not sending you far." The gloomy Pavilion Master directly issued an eviction order. Yuan Mansion really regards itself as a thing. Even if the Rain King came in person, he would never dare to talk to them like this. Not to mention a mere little girl. Well, please calm down, Lord, and we'll leave now. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yuzumo did not intend to stay any longer, so she stood up and said quickly before turning around and leaving point. After leaving the pavilion, Yuzumo looked extremely embarrassed and mocked coldly. Butian Pavilion really treats itself as a thing. Their divine vines will die. When the sacrifice spirit dies, Butian Pavilion will be destroyed. We'll see. The three figures of Yuzumo are getting further and further away now. There seems to be something going on over at Shenteng. I'll go over and take a look at. This time, the Pavilion Master's expression changed, and he quickly jumped up and flew towards the divine vine in the cabinet. Elder Calabash and Elder Lei looked at each other and quickly flew up to follow point at this time. Huang Wei's figure fell on the ground at the Butian Pavilion to worship the spirits, looking at the dry and dying divine vine in front of him. TSK, TSK, I'm going to kill you. Your vitality is so endangered. Huang Wei clicked his tongue and said, "You are just a mortal. Why can you enter this place?" At this moment, a ray of light lit up on Shenteng's gourd, and an old voice sounded. "It is the sacred vine that worships the spirit. Sword, my sword, give me back my sword." At this moment, a blue soul flew towards Huang Wei quickly, making a hoarse and deep sound. "I don't have your sword here. Let's go play with it." Huang Wei didn't even look at the soul body. He raised his hand and slapped it, and the soul body flew out. Seeing this scene, Shandao reacted violently. "You are not immortal. You are an absolutely strong person. Who are you? This world has undergone great changes. As an ancient sacrificial spirit, you should have felt it, right?" Huang Wei said with a smile. "Yes." Shindo replied, "The person who changes this world is me, and I'm also the master of the 8 desolate worlds. You can feel it." As he spoke, Huang Wei pointed his finger, and a ray of light shot directly into the divine vine gourd. The other party seemed to be digesting something. The next second, it became even more intense. "I see, I understand, Great Emperor." Shinto's voice was trembling. Unexpectedly, the person standing in front of him would be a great emperor. Shinto immediately became frightened and trembled. Although it knew that the other party would not harm it, it could not suppress its fear of facing the great emperor. "Don't be afraid. I'm here to give you a chance to be reborn and take a step further." Sensing Shenteng's fear, Huang Wei smiled slightly and said. His words seemed to have a kind of magic power. After he said them, Shandao was immediately filled with peace of mind, and his fear disappeared. "Great Emperor, why help me?" Shenteng didn't understand why a great emperor would treat a person in the divine fire realm who was about to die of old age. Yes, it is the realm of divine fire. So it can be seen that Butian Pavilion would definitely be a very terrifying force if it were not for the sacrifice of souls. It was very scary in the original late realm world. But in today's world, we don't take it seriously. Because with the completion of the 8 realms of heavenly law, there are still so many energy sacrifices from the leader. Today's Bahuang world will soon have a large number of masters in the divine fire realm. As time slowly passes, there are as many divine fire realms as ants. After all, the highest level of cultivation that can be achieved in the Bahuang world is now the peak of the supreme realm, the pinnacle of humanity. Humanity is the strongest. As for the realm of immortality, there is no rush yet. Huang Wei stroked the gourd and said slightly, "I'm the lord of the 8 wastelands, and you are my people. Do you need any reason for me to save you?" Subject Shenteng is willing to serve the emperor. Shindo expressed his stance directly. "Good." A green light appeared on Huang Wei's finger, containing rich and terrifying life energy. At this time, 3 people flew behind them. Seeing this scene, their expressions changed drastically. Stop. They thought that this person wanted to harm Shen Dao. So the 3 of them took action directly. But it was too late. The light had already entered the divine vine. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.